All right, sending out all the invites.
What is happening, y'all? Do we have new people? TikTok died? What happened?
Yeah, I had to restart the call, so hopefully I'm trying to get some new people in the chat. So if you guys want to
Oh, okay.
chat with each other for a little bit while I get people in the lobby, awesome, appreciate it.
That was my stalker. He's followed me from room to room already.
What, do you recognize his voice or?
Yes.
Okay.
He acted the exact same way.
There's like at least 5 to 10 of them that come into my chats and say we're bottom sun, so it's a cult.
It's part of the same group. They were all trying that on me. And he was asking me the most questions. I asked him what a triangle was and he wouldn't answer me, and he's not answering me now.
So maybe I forgot to change the sheet.
Yeah, that is a good question, because when we see the sun come down towards the horizon, the bottom of the sun just squishes and disappears above the horizon, and then the rest of the sun fades away above the horizon. So yeah, where bottom sun at?
I mean, that's a good question for somebody who believes in the globe. Why does the sun disappear bottom up?
Above the horizon, generally.
Yeah.
I mean, I spent a whole day watching sun zoom videos on YouTube. I watched just about all of them, where I would find a day where there's no waves, where they zoom right in on a sunset in clear conditions where there's no crazy miraging effect on the sun. And pretty much 100% of the time, it did that same thing where the bottom of the sun compresses and squishes, and then the sun fades out just above the horizon. And I saved all the videos, and I couldn't find one where it just set uniformly. The only ones I could find where it set uniformly was when it set behind a mountain range or something like that.
Yep. Let's see, who's the native folks in here, the native to the English hub anyways, that we can talk to? We got, well, Bader's deafened.
Me.
I don't want to talk to Gimsey. That's not true. How you doing, Gimsey?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. Lalas,
You-
welcome.
You asked about the natives, I have to say me, but go ahead, new people, go ahead.
So I knew a guy, I think I told you this already. He was from Guatemala. He says they called it Puerto Rico. Have you ever heard that, Puerto Rico?
That's hilarious, actually, but you said Guatemala, that threw me off. Like, Guatemala, Puerto Rico. Yeah. Because some people cannot pronounce the R in Spanish, so they kind of say like L. Instead the R, they say al. So instead of Puerto Rico, they say Puerto Rico.
Yep, that's exactly how he said it.
Yeah.
I think it's common in Venezuela too.
Yeah, it's a common thing in some people everywhere. Some people cannot roll their R's or say it correctly for some reason. I don't know why exactly. Practice, I guess.
No, I thought most of the Latin states and countries and regions had no problem rolling their R's, but apparently I was wrong.
You are right and wrong because a lot of people can, but a lot of people cannot. So that's the state of the matter.
Lalas, are you a native?
Or an alien.
Right. Are you an alien, Lalas?
No, I'm not a native, sorry. I'm alien.
Alien. What brought you into the Flat Earth's channel today?
I don't know. I was on the bus and I want to hear someone talk, so I opened Discord and I joined the channel.
Awesome. Now we're talking to you.
Lalas, just wondering, do you speak Spanish by any chance? Lalas? Just a quick question.
Yeah, 100% I speak Spanish.
Oh, there you go. Or maybe Portuguese, one of those, but either or. Go ahead, Sesu. I know it.
Spanish.
Yeah, I detected that, especially with the Lalas part. But well, did you know that the Earth is indeed flat? Did I cut out? I got bad reception sometimes.
Maybe he speaks Puerto Rican.
No, you
Puerto
do not
Rican.
cut out. He might be taking pauses to reply between, I don't know, each sentence, but yeah. Maybe he's busy.
He did say he was on the bus.
Oh yeah, that's another good point. Don't talk about flat Earth on the bus, man. They'll kick you right off.
No, he gonna miss out in the señoritas, in the Glover señoritas. But then you might filter and get the flat earther one. She might be the pretty one too. So you never know, Lalas. You might find your match.
Simón Canal. Also, we have M0092. I feel like I recognize you in here quite a bit, but I don't know if I've spoken to you. Welcome anyway.
Is
Oh,
that
Dylan's
mi
back.
plata, mi vida? Oh, Dylan. Welcome back, Dylan.
Hello, what's up, guys? How are you all?
What's up, brother? You know the Earth is flat, right?
Um, yeah, but I don't wanna be a flat earther, man. That's the thing with me, man. So I'm
Hey,
just
you know
going
what?
to
That's
agree.
honest. That's an honest statement that you're making. I think most people, their biggest hang up is not wanting to be a flat earther because there's a whole stigma that comes with that. I mean, but that's honest. That's fine.
I mean, I think people already think I'm crazy, and by being a glober, imagine if they thought I was a flat earther.
Well, you're
You
halfway
know what I
there. I mean, essentially. Yeah, but I mean, if people think you're crazy already, might as well just go full bore.
Right. I'll think about that.
told you this before. You don't have to label yourself anything. You don't have to do that. That's your own choosing.
Like
Flat earther, globe earther, concave earther.
I would never in real life like talk about this issue. I wouldn't even mention it, you know. Like if someone in real life tells me, "Hey, you know what flat Earth is?" I'm like, "No," you know.
Yeah, you want to get your family's heritage. You don't want to be thrown out of the will. You know. You want to get be part of the. You don't want to be disowned out of the family tree. So no, don't, just stay in the family, bro.
It's probably worse
Yeah,
than, I don't know, being like a Nazi or something, you know. It's up there with the most controversial you can possibly be.
you are correct.
He
It's
said it's worse
interesting.
than
I
being a
think,
Nazi. Wow.
dude, I think that's right. He's right
So the
because
topic
you
about
could say
this
that you're
this
a Nazi. Oh, go ahead, man.
so what is about the topic of this channel? Like the Earth is flat, and that's it.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. We make no other claims other than the fact that the Earth is measurably flat and also stationary. It doesn't move, and that the entire heliocentric idea, or you would know it as like the solar system and space and the globe, all that is just a concept. It doesn't actually exist in reality. That's what we talk about here.
Okay. Nice. That's a good point.
Which is flat. I mean, the globe will be a baseless assertion. I would say it as a misrepresentation of the surface of the Earth, because they say it's curving. The flatness is more like a description of the orientation of the surface between the deepest area, between the surface, which is the benchmark, the sea level, right? The sea level, the waters across, and then that benchmark that goes to the highest peak, the highest mountain, to the lowest point on the sea. Between the benchmark of water, there's two level planes, and that will be kind of like flat Earth basically, because it's all horizontal from you to me to the other guy. There's no curvature between us. Measurably can demonstrate this. It's demonstrated all across the surfaces. Anybody that have tested it, measured it. So it's like an acknowledgement, a description of the state of the matter. The globe is like a story time that was designed to misrepresent the reality, and that's kind of like the talk. There, it goes deeper than that, but that's kind of how it goes. Go ahead, Sisu. My bad.
Hey, you guys having a conversation? Some guy in my chat wants to talk to you guys.
Yeah, let's see if the
Yeah,
other
we
guy
have
had any other question. Yeah, the guy was asking something. Let's see if he wants to ask something else since we replied to him.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go on hold. Oh,
All right,
you want my guy? Who you want? You want my guy?
Guys,
No, there was a guy that asked a question. We replied. He's not replying, but then you brought it up, so you go ahead.
Oh, okay.
yeah. What do you think about a concave Earth? Any thoughts?
There is it's similar to the globe, but there is no measurable concavity measured. So it has the same issues as the globe claim, because there is no curvature either concave or convex.
You sure about that?
Yeah, share the measurement.
Yeah, if you're sure, just show the measurement, like Timbo said.
Rectilinear experiment.
You know, the latest person that tried that, he failed immediately. So right, Stephen Christ. Remember him? He tried it and he failed to measure the
He tried
convexity.
it with aluminum. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Have you got a measurement?
So not repeatable. So the measurement is not repeatable. You say in 1959, you said 1957, someone claimed that they did it. Now other people have tried to do it and it hasn't been repeated. So not repeatable, not measurable. You see the issue?
Yeah. Well, it's going to cost a lot more money than what he was willing to spend, I think. But the point is, why would do this experiment in the first place? It's such a dumb experiment. We already know it's a spinning space ball, so it's not going to be done.
Wait, we already know it's baseball? What do you mean we know that?
My point is, a lot of money is not going to be dedicated toward it. Because
yeah, but you ignoring the Timbo, my bad. I'm sorry. You're gonna let you. But in the middle of those two baseless assertions from both sides, the convex and the concave, at the level plane, you have dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of examples that show you that either concave or convex is not happening. What's happening is actually the horizontal framework. That's what's actually tested for, shown. That's how we will operate, build upon, travel across. You can see the examples of this everywhere you go. Go ahead.
How about the entire southern hemisphere? The entire southern hemisphere doesn't work on your model.
What model?
Any flat plane.
What, the sky?
On the moon doesn't work. So that's why you
What's
have
the sky got to do with
24/7
the
sun.
sky got to do with measuring the surface of the Earth not curving in either way?
Actually, we have measured a curve, and you can see it curve.
Timbo, the issue that he's having about the southern hemisphere that he's claiming, that there is a projection from latitude and longitudes into a map, which is a projection, right? He's thinking that the Earth is that grid that he saw in a book, and he's saying, look, there is a southern hemisphere in this projection.
Yeah.
Where can you show longitudes and latitudes in the physical and natural world? Can you show the south hemisphere in the physical and natural world? You cannot show that in reality. Only on the book, only on the depiction, only on the projection.
You can look up at the sky in different parts of Earth and see that the sky behaves differently. Sometimes the stars.
Okay, so I agree with you. We can definitely look at the sky. We can observe the phenomena of the stars, and we do observe their movement. But that completely has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth curving or anything. That's the sky, not the floor before your feet.
In the sky, there are 2 points of rotation, and they rotate the opposite way, meaning that Earth can either be convex or concave. The end.
Perfect. So I agree with you. The sky is so I agree with you, buddy. I agree with you. The sky is moving and rotating. I agree. It is doing that. That's happening over a level surface. The phenomena that you're observing of the sky, it's happening over a non-curving, non-spinning Earth.
Okay, you can just repeat that. I mean, but it doesn't make it true, right?
But you're denying the axiomatic truth that is actually what is observed, that is actually what is measured, that is actually that can be tested, that we can. The Earth, there's no measurements of the Earth spinning, but you look at the sky that is moving, and you ignoring the facts that the sky is moving and say, no, that's the Earth moving. You see the issue that you're having?
You know why we observe it flat? Because it looks flat because of perspective. Because objects in the distance on the ground are going to appear higher already. So
it looks exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. It looks, so you're admitting that it looks that way, then you can confirm the way it looks in a sense. You can go further from where you can see with measurements, equipment, infrared, opticals, lasers, radar, radio towers. Everything that you can use in practicality, in reality, you can use all of these things to confirm what you already admitted, that it looks flat. so yeah, you're confirming the argument that.
Can you steel man my point? Why does it appear flat?
You're saying it looks flat because it's too
Two reasons.
biggy. It's too biggy.
No, there's Biggie Smalls. There's two reasons.
It's
One,
too biggy of a ball. Go ahead.
Because of perspective. You know
Okay.
that objects on the ground in the distance appear higher to your eye. It's an optical thing. So,
Okay, but you got to take this into account. The lack of evidence is not evidence for your argument. You're saying it looks flat. That's not an argument for a globe.
Look,
You're kind of like missing the point. You're
You know what?
doing
It's my
mental
point.
gymnastics. You're doing mental
I'm
gymnastics.
not.
You're saying
You
the
don't understand my
evidence for the
point.
globe, the evidence for the globe is that it looks flat. Come on, bro.
It's so simple, man. You're missing it. Because of
Okay, go ahead.
perspective,
Finish it. Yeah.
But it's because of perspective. And also, if you get a P1000 like I have, and you put it a few inches above the water, and you zoom in for miles,
P9000
you'll see it curve
or
up, my friend.
900?
Because Earth is a sphere. The ancients have known that Earth is a sphere for thousands of years. They just inverted the cosmology.
Well, you went from
It's
the
not
9000 to the
Look,
ancients?
look.
That doesn't add up.
You're right about the stationary. It's stationary. You're right about the firmament. You're right about the local luminaries. You're
I
right
never
about
said
the ether.
firmament.
You're
I
wrong
never
about
said
the planet.
firmament.
You guys can't stand that you're wrong about one thing. You guys are right about almost everything else. Look at
Holy cow, dude.
cellular cosmogony.
Are you okay?
You'll figure it out, guys.
Are you okay?
He's promoting Stephen Lord Christ. Did he say he was Jesus? I mean, that's his concept. He built it.
That guy's dead, and I don't associate with him.
I mean,
It
but
doesn't matter if he's
you're
dead or
promoting
not.
that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. So it doesn't matter who's dead or who's alive. Do you have any measurements of concavity, please?
Yes, 1897,
Great.
Naples, Florida. Experiment. It's called the rectilinear
Experiment. Okay, tell us all about it. I'm interested. I've never heard of this. Go ahead.
Essentially, this was down in Florida on the Gulf side in Naples, and they had first of all, they had flat earthers there. Okay, they had people skeptical of the cosmology. They had Baller.
Couldn't give a shit. Just tell me about it.
Okay. So they said they knew that light is not perfectly reliable to assume the shape of the Earth. So they used a straight line measurement, bunch of T-squares over water for miles. They extended it over 4
How do you do
miles.
that?
So basically lining up.
How do you do
gotta
that?
look into it, and it's way too complicated for me to explain this whole thing right here.
So you don't even understand the thing that happened, and you're going to claim that this is evidence of concavity?
If you earnestly listen, if you're earnestly want to look into it, you'll do this. You'll open up.
I'm asking you. I've never heard of it, and now it turns out that you're not even that passionate about it because you don't even know anything about it. So you are not a true concaver, are you? You're not very passionate. You don't even understand how this whole rectilinear thing works. All right, that's pathetic, dude.
I think you made him rage quit.
What a bitch.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Tell me how the rectilinear experiment works. I would need a hypothesis if this is going to be an experiment.
No, I'm not talking to you anymore. See ya.
Oh, that's a bummer. Bye.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you. Don't.
No, he's out of here. But thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. You tried.
So if you're really passionate about the concave Earth, you'll study it and you'll know exactly what you're talking about. But this guy is not very serious because he has no idea what he's talking about. I get it now. T-squares over water. You got to be fucking kidding me. Sorry, we're on English. My bad. Hello, AMR or Amir or whatever it is. How you doing?
Good.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
I couldn't care less.
You couldn't care less. Okay. What do you care about?
Getting paid.
Paid? living. It's interesting that you chose the paid bit before the living part. So you think money's more important than life?
Well, it's what allow you to live, right?
Not really. It's usually the water and the food and the air that determine whether or not you live.
Well, around my area, you have to have money in order to have water and food. So,
You can't get water?
nope,
So you're telling me that there's not water where you live?
nope. You have to get it from the
Where do you
supermarket.
You have to buy it from the supermarket? Isn't there a spring or a river or something nearby?
Nope.
Which country are
Nope.
you at, Amir? Can I ask? Can I ask that? Just which region of the world are you in that there's no water springs?
The Emirates.
If you don't drink
What
water,
do
Oh,
you
the
you will
Emirates.
die, man.
Oh, in
The
the desert.
Emirates.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you decided to live in a place, or maybe you were born there. I'm not going to hold that against you. So you were born in a place where there's no natural springs, so you're right there in the middle of the desert.
I mean, it's not a desert no more. It's a modern city, but yeah, you need money.
Well, how do they? Is it desalination plants that you get your water from?
Can you repeat your question again? Sorry.
So in the desert, especially in the Middle East, they have these things called desalination plants where they take ocean water and they take all the salt out of it and then they sell it to you. Is that
Oh,
where you live?
even if you do this process, I don't think the water will be for human uses. You can use it to wash bathroom or whatever, but you cannot consume it.
You guys growing this
Amir,
stuff and buying food or
Amir,
water?
since you're in the Emirates, you probably will have access to the Chinese market, and you could order maybe from Alibaba atmospheric water generator, and you can generate water right there at your location from the air, from the humidity in the air. And the deserts many times are pretty humid though. So the atmospheric water generator will produce the water out of the air for you, and it will filter it, and you can probably add it will. Some of them will have how do you call it? When the distiller, yeah, they will distill it for you, that kind of stuff, and you can either add minerals yourself to it or drink it distilled. It tastes distilled, but you can generate the water from the air.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Just
know.
letting you know, that's an option. Whenever you have family that are trying, you probably have family. You probably there's people that have this way of thinking that you have. Oh my God, water or this. Maybe all together in the family come together and maybe get an atmospheric water generator for the household, and it will generate water for you.
It's like water is it's not expensive at all. It's just you can get 10 liters of filtered water for like $1. It's not expensive at all. No, those 10 liters
Just saying.
bottles. Yeah, I understand you. I saw it the other day in one of an American dude living in the wild or whatever, and he had it. It was cool.
Yeah, I mean, I hope since you say the money stuff, it's obviously an important topic, but obviously the topic in here that Cesu was trying to bring you is about certain fundamentals of the world where the money is used. So the atmospheric water generator that I mentioned uses certain laws like the laws of thermodynamics, high pressure to low pressure, and it pulls the air towards the system, generating a low pressure system, and that doesn't work on a globe because we have a contained environment. So that just an atmospheric water generator debunks the globe idea. Just letting you know, it's all related. It's all important. Even your house was leveled to the horizontal benchmark of the world, the sea level. And that's really important because if your house wasn't leveled, you will be tilted right now, and you know, you wouldn't be feeling too comfortable if your house wasn't leveled, water leveled, right, Amir?
Mm.
Yeah, your floor has, you like it level, you like it horizontal, or do you like when the floor is sideways, tilted, or curved? Which one you like better?
Oh, I have a really small flat. I don't think you'll notice even if it's curved. Yeah.
What? If your floor was curved, you wouldn't notice? Have you ever walked on a sloped, Amir?
Yeah, I did.
Anyways, Amir, if you have any questions, Peter is here to answer all of your questions.
Okay.
You sound like you want to keep it quiet at the moment, so
Always
I know
shows
Saudi
it
Arabia is
was.
it's late for you. It's late for you, so probably you want to keep it quiet. So you let us know if you have more questions.
Okay.
I wonder if discussing the shape of the earth is legal in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Is it encouraged by your government, by the Saud family?
Oh, they couldn't care less. You know, some Islamic scholars, whether you agree with them or not, they say that the earth is flat.
Praise be the Lord.
Hmm. But you know, it's like, who cares at this point? I have a lot of problems already. Solve them first, and then get the luxury to talk about earth being flat or not.
We got Satan's Little Season up in here.
He's been here for a while.
Well, I guess during Satan's Little Season, they would believe that the Earth is a globe.
I don't know what are you talking about?
I think during Satan's Little Season they will have people arguing about the shape of the Earth. After all, it is allowed, huh? Not like other topics. Wink, wink. Peter, earlier, if you're still here, I opened the floor so you can talk to the new people, but this, the debate daddy wanted to kind of like put you on the trial chair or something. He was telling you stuff that, I mean, you did answer to him and it sounded reasonable, everything you said, but he wanted to question you about your position about this. It was entertaining for a while.
It was very strange, Jamesy. I agree. It's almost as if somebody sent him here to do that. You know what I'm saying, Jamesy?
No. Who would send him? Is he like a, I don't know, like a worker for someone and he's here sent to be the debate daddy against topics? He spends a lot of
That's
time
what
in
I
here
was
too.
thinking there for a moment. I was thinking just that.
Peter, you one day like years ago you shared something of you going some type of travel, and you said that you experienced, was it the chamber that they put people to do circles really fast on that machine? Did you mention something like that, or was it a tank that you mentioned that you were in? I remember you talking about something like that. I don't know if you actually say it was you did it yourself. But I remember they were talking about this machinery that it spins really fast, and I think you
Oh yeah,
acknowledged.
my father used to go in those. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask you how does that feel, but it was your
Well, I
dad, so
wouldn't know, but yeah, he said it wasn't not too much fun.
yeah. Now that's clear, because I always wonder how people feel when they're inside that thing. Like I see their faces like under that pressure.
The centrifuge, yes, but there's another one that I did get to use as a kid, which is I don't know how to describe it, but it's like two circles made out of like steel, and you put your arms and your feet and hands on one of the circles, and then they spin you in all the different axes. So it's not about the G, but it's about spatial disorientation. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Do you have like, is there examples, like simple examples that are actually available? Those, the one that you just described?
I mean, I can look for an image of it for you.
Yeah, that will be it, so I can picture it. And you're saying as a child, you you rode one of those? It sounds like a festival place that they do that stuff. I don't know. You know.
Oh, they had one of those at my dad's military base, at the air
Oh,
base, like in open air.
The only thing I did in military bases was getting in helicopters. It's up, around, and down.
Like Maduro. Is your name Maduro?
No.
He got into a helicopter recently.
Maduro. Oh yeah, Maduro. He got in a helicopter when he was picked up. It's probably getting Maduro got retired. Maduro is
I
means right.
cannot find a photo for you because I don't even know what to put into Google. I don't even know how to describe it.
That's exactly why I cannot picture it most likely. So I'm thinking like festival, you know, like when you go to the festival, you get different rides that may be something similar to that in a sense. But the military one could, I can only think it has to be something very specific.
I found it.
Check it out.
Yeah, but the one that I used was not on a playground. It was actually for training.
Family gatherings of the military, you was able to experience one of those? Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I've been in places that they have that, so I never experienced it, but I've seen it before, yes. Yeah, that's cool. I'll probably throw up. I mean, I never threw up actually during rides, any of those things, but this one is tricky.
You know what's funny? That I still don't believe it's true, but my dad, he swears that it's true, and many other pilots say the same. Because I would read about different like accidents, right? And apparently, when you fly and you perform a few maneuvers, you lose a sense of where down is. So it's sometimes the pilot will get so confused that he is upside down, but he doesn't realize it, or he's sideways. And
Don't
you
people
know,
have
it
the same
feels
experience in water?
maybe yes, but it's strange, right? Because you'd think, you know, blood is going into your head and whatever, and but if you do a few of these in a sequence, your body just gets confused, and you kind of lose track of where you are. And sometimes they make really silly mistakes, that lead to accidents because they lost orientation.
That makes sense, actually. They're doing maneuvers, different angles, whatever, and eventually their body are under that stress that at some point they can't even tell up from down.
Yes, and it's like overloaded, basically, because so many of these things happened, and it's hard to tell which way you're pointing, basically.
Under like a fighting situation, their blood, their hearts are probably pumping really hard, blood all over the place, and I can imagine the pressure
One of the
they're
main
under.
one of the main things they teach them is that you should not trust your senses, and you should just stare at the the artificial horizon, or the gyro that they have in the plane as one of the basic instruments.
That
They
makes sense.
drill it into them, like, forget what your body is telling you, just look at that thing. Just look at that thing and obey what it says. And my dad said some of the smartasses will say, "Ooh, but what if the instrument is broken, right?" And they say, "Well, so be it, but just still look at it, because your body will trick you first. It's more likely your body is lying to you than that the instrument is broken."
Yeah, because you're in this artificial environment that you normally wouldn't find yourself in. Now you are in this situation that you're there, and then the aircraft is designed to work in a specific manner, and that's why they have this gyroscope that you mentioned to help the pilot make it home, hopefully. But yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, it does actually. Just concentrate on what the instruments are telling you instead of your senses. Yeah, that actually adds up.
He told me that it was very hard, like in practice, and he said he had this mantra that he would repeat to himself, like, the instrument doesn't lie, the instrument doesn't lie, because what his body was telling him was just contradicting what the instrument was showing. Like in the clouds, like in situations like that where you don't have a reference point.
Yeah. And I can imagine in those clouds. I mean, the airplane is the. Are you in static? I mean, I imagine the airplane is designed to camouflage you from a lot of that stuff. But even is the static affecting you in a way that I don't know. I'm just overthinking
What
it,
is
maybe.
static, Jamesy?
No, I'm just overthinking it. I'm just trying to find out, like on the pilot's senses, why chronologically it's kind of like being tricked, his senses being tricked at the point that he actually is confused, or just thinking that he's orientated to a certain way, but he's wrong. I'm trying to make a mental logical frame of that.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, but they all swear by it, that it's true.
Yeah, it sounds like it's one of those things that you have to experience, and then you'll know.
Yeah, and I asked him a lot, because I said, okay, I get it that you might not detect like an angle, right? That you're at a bank or something. But what about like being upside down? And he says even that happens.
And since they're strapped
or you can be
so
like
heavily,
at 90 degrees, so you're like, you're falling sideways, but you don't even realize it.
and those aircrafts are doing unimaginable, like super speeds, right? So yeah. That environment, yeah, the senses are definitely a bit tricked. That makes a lot of sense, because even they're very strapped, but they also have kind of like heavy helmets that might give an indication of something. But still, I can see what they say in that. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like heard it before, but now that you put it like that, it goes a little deeper. Now that I think about it, since your dad shared that with you, and it's like an important thing that they actually talk about. Because it's a life.
See, James, see how we can do some critical thinking together?
Oh yeah. No, I know. We're good. Of course. Yeah. Sometimes, guys, you know how guys are. Who can piece the further sometimes, or who can take the mic a little better than the other one. That's just silliness sometimes. But
Jamesy, tell me this: how come you've been on the Xbox all day today?
oh, I wasn't. I came. Listen, bro. I came back, and you came back. So you've been following me. I came back like minutes after you. You
That's a
came in
good
again. I
point.
wasn't here.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go to the politics server because that's where all the cool kids are.
Politics server, yeah. No, just to reply to that question, I use the Xbox because the headset is very convenient. I have multi because I have a computer PC, but this headset works better on the Xbox, and I have multi batteries to replace it whenever it runs out. I also have a phone, but this headset works better.
That's nice.
And the Xbox is like a computer. I mean, obviously it's missing a lot of other stuff. What are you saying politics? You're gonna go to other VCs, like different topics?
No, to the FE channel. It's hot there.
Oh, they're over there right now? Alright, let's go. Which one did he mention? Politics? Politics is empty. It's probably Earth's Awakenings he mentioned. I don't know. Which one did he mention? He said politics and religion, no? I don't know. You're gonna clear it. Clear it, Dylan. Are you clearing your throat? Your throat?
Yeah. Yep.
Just make sure you don't swallow it. Just make sure you throw it out, bro.
That's a good point. So how are you doing? Oh, he's gone.
I click one button and it kicks me out. Damn.
Jamesy.
Yo, hello.
I was trying to get a better understanding. I think we've probably covered it before, but I still don't get the flat earth sort of explanation for the celestial sphere. That still just doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, the celestial
Like,
sphere is I mean, from there is different constructs of the celestial sphere. You know that, right? Because there is the one from your perspective that you do like a dome perspective, and then
I
there
mean,
is the
it's a full sphere. We see only part of it, but you know, at different times you can see the whole thing.
you cannot see the whole thing. Your eyes cannot perceive the whole thing, can it? I mean,
Not at one position on the Earth. You'd have to go to different latitudes and wait for a whole year to go by. Because the during the daytime the sun blocks, being able to see all the stars. So you have to wait for a whole year in order to get every part of the celestial sphere. But that makes sense. Like, you understand the standard model of it, right?
That is a projection of the sky into a sphere. Doesn't mean that the sky looks like a sphere. It's a projection. Do you get that?
Yeah. I think that word does a lot of work. I mean, it looks like a hemisphere to me above my head. Like, I think that just the way our vision works, we see it's just a three-dimensional world, right? So if you look from one point in all the directions you can look, that the easiest way to describe that is a sphere, right? Like a camera has a certain, every pixel is a particular angular resolution. So like if you turn around in a circle and you look up and down, you pretty much describe a sphere. So yeah, it's the way that our eyes work in a way, but we map the stars to a sphere.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm
That makes
talking about.
sense.
Like
But
it's an
is the
enclosed
sphere,
space.
yeah, is the sphere of the sky. Of the sky, bro. Like when you're looking at it, what you're looking at, it's the sky doing that. The sphere projection that you are mapping is off the sky. The ground is not affecting that projection.
Right. So how does the sphere work on a flat Earth? Like, have you ever used the Google Sky Map?
I've Google Sky Map, yes, I've used it. I've used it, yeah, a few times.
So with that, you can like look at the whole sphere, even underneath the Earth. It's better than like Stellarium or some of the other tools because the phone allows you to just point it at any constellation or star and see what you want to see. But you can also
You
like
asking something.
kind of like
I like your
turn it
question.
around.
Yeah, I like your question, but I gotta tell you this, right? When you try to add the mechanisms of the celestial to a description of a surface of the earth, that there's not a full answer to that, because the celestial realm, there's a lot of unknowns to that, a lot of information that you don't have, I don't have, and probably nobody has, because there's limitations of knowledge about that stuff up there. We do observe a phenomena and we chart that phenomena, write it down on paper, project it into a sphere. But you asking about how is that being observed the way it's observed from the floor that we're standing on, and what is the mechanism that operates all that and causes the effect that we observe. And we don't have the cause of the effect in a sense, but I could give you some ideas. Have you ever heard of that you can there's probably a lot of things happening at the same time that are causing the phenomena that we observe, and some of that stuff we can speculate about, but I don't think we have every variable to add up into the equation to have a full answer.
That's fair. There could be multiple explanations for things, but can't understand. I can't seem to think of one explanation. Like not saying that you guys uh stick to a model or claim a model, but I have seen flat Earth models where you have like the AE map and the sun is like going around in a circle, and the sky is necessarily going around in a circle. So you have sort of a hemisphere of stars over a flat Earth. Um, but that doesn't account for the full sphere of the stars.
Let me tell you
So I
this,
don't
right? Let me tell you this. There is the celestial sphere that you spoke about before. You kind of talking about it right now. Is the grid of stars that is charted for the longitudes and latitudes and locations on GPS on the ground, right? That are used to give you kind of like a ground position. There is that celestial sphere, an imaginary, like an imaginary reference from the sky that you kind of like reference into the ground to tell positions. Does that? I mean, I know I'm not, bro. I'm not an expert on this either, so I'm not making all the claims. Okay, I'm just trying to communicate with you.
Right. There's a spherical coordinate system similar to Latin long that we use for the sky.
And depending
It's very similar.
that star. There's stars that tell you that it's gonna be at a certain position, a certain time of the year, and you can do an angle to the location, the position that you are, and if you have the North Star available or the sun available at a certain time, you can kind of tell ground positions you can tell your ground position. I know there's a lot of different ways of doing it, but it's kind of specific at the same time. But this is navigation purposes, celestial sphere, right? But there is
Hey,
also
Dylan.
another thing that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to follow up on something you said earlier about how we have the observed phenomenon and then we make a model to try to explain the mechanism that gives rise to that phenomenon, right? And so far, I agree with you on that framing. I understand you personally reject the globe model, but can you at least admit that the globe model does provide an explanation for the observed phenomenon of counter-rotating celestial poles?
No, no. Well, an explanation, yes, an explanation. There is an explanation. I agree, but explanations, I could give you explanations as well, though. And that's not gonna determine, because like
And
I'm
I
trying
think
to
that's
tell you
exactly
guys.
what Dylan is asking.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. There
exactly what
is
he's
an
asking for.
explanation.
We have okay. So
Bro,
explain how
okay.
those observations are possible on a flat plane.
That is the
Like
separation that we have to make, because the mechanisms of the sky are incomplete.
Okay, so what is the mechanism that produces counter-rotating celestial poles on a flat plane?
What is the explanation? Okay, I will give you an explanation. The city of God up in heaven at the center of the sky is rotating, and that is causing the movement of the sky. And as God is sitting on the throne at the center, and all the luminaries are following God's commands at the center. God is at the center, the Most High, and He's the one operating the mechanisms of the sky. That's an explanation. You know that, right?
Can you provide any evidence for the existence of God?
I mean, bro, you don't have an explanation. Okay, the antecedent. I could make the antecedent argument that you cannot deny, but this is even superior to the globe explanation,
No,
because
I can deny the existence of God.
my explanation is that will be foolish. I mean, a creator, a designer, because there's a design in place, and a design requires a designer. So
Is this a
what
flat Earth
God
debate
is,
or a creationism
what is.
debate?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I was talking to
I don't
Dylan.
have
You're
a
taking it somewhere
problem.
else.
I think there's God. It's not the issue, but when you just your explanation was a single center. It's not a sphere, right? I'm looking for.
Dylan. I can tell you this. I was trying to take you there because the observation that is observed from many regions of the world. I'm talking about Canada. I'm talking about Texas. There's observatories that have these observations that I'm gonna talk to you about, right? From the CMOR, the Canadian Meteorological Observatory research. They have observations of celestial north and the radiance that are observable from Canada. That is called the. Have you ever heard of the radiant sources? the radiance, the 6
The radiant?
radiants. Have you heard of this? Yeah, the 6 radiant sources.
No.
So okay, let me just, because since we were talking about the celestial sphere, I'm just gonna post for something for you. I have the documents and everything, and obviously people can have different conclusions about it because the observation is one thing and then the conclusions is another one. But the 6 radiants from different points of the world, different observatories. Oh, look at this one. This one is talking about the celestial sphere. I'm posting it in the chat, right? Radiant distribution of meteoroids impacting the moon for 4 different lunar phases to the preferred solution during the first illumination in our model. And our model, different colors represent the mass flux impacting the lunar surface from radiant directions. The radiance, because the sporadic meteors, they all come from a specific directions, which that directions are what is called the radiant sources. So units in each of 2 times 2 in kilometer per day. Here the observer position at the moon's location, right? At the moon's location, the moon and Earth are removed and the whole celestial sphere is visible. So there is a celestial sphere that has nothing to do with navigation. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that the navigation is one thing. It's like a tool that you use to move from positions, and you can project a sphere, a celestial sphere, based on that grid to navigate from location to location. And then there is an observation of the sky that can also be projected as a sphere, but it has nothing to do with navigation. So we can make these celestial spheres and use it for different purposes, not just navigation. We can also talk about it about how the sky, you talk about the tilt of the Earth or whatever, but the sky is the one tilting. That's what we observe, and the position of the sky kind of like changes within the year. And that celestial sphere that is projected, it's the observed phenomena that is projected on paper, like here in this model. You see, it says the model of the celestial sphere right here. It's just a projection. It's not what is observed. Is what is the data that is gathered together and put into a model and labeled a celestial sphere, depending on the use and what you're gonna be using it for. In this case that I show you is about sporadic meteor activity and from the locations that it comes from. In this event, it comes from the radiance and it's hitting the moon area. The moon area where the moon is at, when the moon is doing a transit across the sky, depending on the full moon or the new moon, it changes like a difference in activity of the sporadic meteor activity. And they looked where are the meteors coming from. They say it's from the radiance, which is 6 areas of the sky called the 6 radiants, and then the moon is moving through these areas of the sky, and it's also in a different phase. So there's stories about that, and on that story that has nothing to do with navigation, we use a celestial sphere model that has nothing to do with the Earth. You see right here, we remove the Earth and we remove the moon, and we can see the celestial sphere.
Right. I'm just wondering, like, how the celestial sphere can fit on a flat Earth. Like, it seems like we're inside the celestial sphere. So, like, on the flat Earth models that I have seen, not that you're claiming one, there's like essentially it's a flat or hemispherical.
Well, you're driving,
dome
Dylan. You're not looking to what I showed, right? You're driving. You're not looking to the stuff that I'm gonna post, right? You're driving at the
No,
moment.
no, I'm not driving. I looked at what
Oh.
you posted, and I think I understand.
Okay, let
What you
me
mean
give you
by.
something. Let me give you more. I'm just gonna feed
Let
you
me make
more
sure I
stuff.
understand. Are you saying
Right.
that the most of the meteorites are coming from particular directions of the sky?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the 6 radiant sources right here. Look, these are the 6 radiant sources. It's
Yeah,
popping.
hold on, Dylan. Dylan, just to clarify, your original question was that about counter rotating celestial poles? Like when you're in the north hemisphere and you look up, the stars are rotating one way,
We're
and then when
moving
you're in
on.
the southern hemisphere,
Yeah,
like was that what your question was about?
Yeah, like basically those observations that we would have on the globe, like the southern pole. I mean, you can explain the circling of the stars in the northern hemisphere if you just have like half of the celestial sphere, but you can't really
Yeah,
represent
but
the
when you go
second
to the
pole.
other hemisphere, yeah, in the other hemisphere they're rotating the other way. So basically, so
It's not
Gen
so much
Z,
Basically, you want to, I'm trying to have a conversation to present we observe of the sky without needing you to interject or anything. That's basically what
well,
it
no, it's
is.
because you're talking about
You mean, what do you mean? No,
some
no,
other
no. Why you
thing. It's
saying no,
not what
not
the
what I
original
said?
question
No, no,
was.
no. Why you that doesn't matter. I'm having a conversation with him because he's asking me about what I think about it, and I'm gonna show him the information that I've come across and show him my perspective about it. And that's what I'm gonna do without
Okay, so
you
after you're done with
interrupting.
that, you can answer my question about how it's possible on a flat plate.
No, I don't
So
need
that's
that. I
fine. Go
don't
finish
need you
your
to
question.
interject. If you interject again one more time, I'm gonna mute you indefinitely.
Oh, indefinitely. Okay.
Indefinitely, because I'm getting annoyed by you at the moment.
No, okay. I'm the annoying one. I
Because I'm
gotcha.
trying to talk to Dina was kind enough to just ask me a question. We just chilling. I'm not trying to reply to him and just show him the extra information so he can himself like look at it and maybe find an answer because I don't have all the answers. I'm just giving him what
But
I
his
have.
question was about
But
celestial.
you are with bought and this and bought that. I don't want to hear your buts. I don't want to hear your yapping about anything. Can you mute yourself, dude? So I don't have to do it. Thanks. Okay, Dylan, going back. So you see the 6 radiant sources that I posted for you?
Yeah, these represent the locations in the sky where the meteorites are coming from most often.
Where all the meteors come from. All of them. I mean, what is called sporadic meteors, because of the sky, there are different phenomena. The sporadic meteors is a phenomena that happens in a timely manner. Like the luminary, like the sun moves in a timely manner. The moon, the sun, the moon, the stars do all that. The radiants also have their cycles, and the sporadic meteor showers have like a cycle as well. They're part of the this is our more pieces of the celestial sphere that I'm trying to add to what you're asking about what is the celestial sphere, right? This is more pieces of the puzzle that I'm trying just to add for you.
Okay.
So
I mean,
from
that makes sense.
this, listen. Okay, from this, what they did, these circles are observed. They're called the radians, and what is built from the observation is like the celestial sphere of the sky. Look, this is in relation to 365 days of photography, right? I'm gonna show you they call them they do this in infrared, active infrared, which is electro-opticals, and they do it in thermal. They do it in radio surveys as well. Okay, so different spectrums of light, different observations, different camera equipment that they do all of this. Infrared, thermal, all of those things. So you see what I'm posting you? This is what is projected into what they call the celestial sphere. And these 6 areas or the 6 radiants are called the north toroidal. You know the north, the celestial north that you talk about. NT. You You get it? The north
Yeah.
of the sky, celestial north. Okay, that's NT. Celestial north is the radiant that is around celestial north, where sporadic meteors source from that one. Then ST is the south aurorial. Is a region of the sky around celestial south. That's the other radiant. Above that, above the south one is the south apex, and then between the other one above is the north apex. Between those two, the north apex and the south apex is what we call the celestial equator, right? That's the celestial equator, with that line that is between those two. And what you see as H, you see H. H is helion, where there is like an area of the sky where the sun is positioned. You see the sun, and then this circle is following the sun, moving with the sun, and that's called the helion radiant. And then the AH is at the other side of the sky, in the night sky, and it's called the anti-helion, which is antipodal to the position of the sun in the sky. There is the north aurorial, south aurorial, north apex, south apex, helion, and anti-helion. And this is like a graphic that is put for you in this manner so you can see it as the celestial sphere. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So this is just models. They tell you themselves this is models. Okay? These observations are done from Canada, the United States, from Peru, Ascension Island in the Atlantic, from Tierra del Fuego in Argentina, from Russia observatories. These observations are just put together from a bunch of observatories, and you get the imagery that you get basically of a celestial sphere, right? So what I'm trying just to add you a few things about this. I'm not gonna add too much because I don't want to go too deep into this. But this is the observable phenomena. Look at this next one. We observe from the sky. We see these images, right? And this is kind of like a reference of the radiance when you're actually looking at them, when you want to see meteor showers, or you want to see where the meteors are coming from. This is how it looks from your perspective, like a smaller perspective. Have you ever been like meteor showering, observing the meteor showers that meteor shower tonight in this area, around this area? You gotta follow the radiant to see the meteor shower. That's where they come
Yeah,
from.
usually you'll get a particular part of the sky. There used to be they used to announce it on the news sometimes, like with the weather, when there was going to be a meteor shower, and they would tell you, oh, it's going to be at this time and in this part of the sky. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, there in the globe model, like in the solar system, you have kind of a flat plane, and the sun is attracting all these objects, so it would make sense that you get objects coming from the plane
From
and you
six
might get objects.
specific areas of the sky, from six window. Let's say these objects only come from these 6 specific areas. Does that make sense when the globe is just going through the vacuum of space, spinning at multiple vectors, multiple speeds, all at the same time, and it's so specific to this detail that I'm giving you that this stuff. There's 6 areas of the sky. They come from only these 6 areas. Come on, bro. There's no like
I mean, it
mistakes here.
kind of makes sense. It makes sense.
So yeah, but the shape of the ground, you cannot add
But
the
you're
globe to
acknowledging
this.
with
So
all of
listen,
that, you're
I'm
still
gonna just give you this
acknowledging.
one. The last one that I posted is this one is 365 days of observation of the celestial sphere. You see this? This is 5 days by 5 days by 5 days in the from documents. They looking at this in the infrared and in radio surveys, 5 days at a time. This is the chart that you get, and you're looking at 365 days of the sky rotating. The sky rotating. You see? This is
Right.
the observable phenomena. This is what we see as the phenomena, and we project it as the celestial sphere or whatever. Now, what is the cause of the effects? That's a good question, right? What is causing this phenomena to happen? Now you're gonna say because we're standing on a globe, but that is not the causal mechanism, bro. Because you don't have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth. You don't have any evidence of the rotation of the ground that we're standing on. What we have is observable phenomena.
Right. So the observed phenomenon is that there is a celestial sphere.
That there is an observable phenomena that we project into a model and we label it the celestial sphere. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that is a sphere. We model it like that.
Right. That's when we look out in different directions, we can map the stars and we can use a spherical coordinate system, and the stars seem to hold their positions in that coordinate system such that a particular constellation is always going to have the same celestial latitude and longitude. Right?
Let me give you something extra so you know I'm just adding stuff in here. I'm just talking to you about this. I'm not gonna make any claims about shape of the earth, how does the flat earth or whatever. This is happening above our heads. This is what's happening above our heads. The earth doesn't measure curving, like we already know all the argument. I'm just giving you extra data, extra information about the sky, the celestial sphere that we label it as, right? I'm gonna add something called Snell's window. Let me just find it real quick. That
I'm asking a simpler question, really. I'm
what is it?
asking like how does the flat Earth fit in the celestial sphere? Like to me, a sphere is
So
this enclosed space.
the
So
flatter will
that would
be
mean that the stars are going underneath the flat Earth.
Okay, let me show you this, right? Let me show you this
Do
real
you
quick. Let
think
me
that
see if
the
you get
stars
this
are
one.
going underneath the flat Earth?
Let me show you this one, okay? Maybe Snell window comes into this one for you, okay? Maybe Snell's window comes to you. Maybe this makes sense to you. Maybe. Let me just show it to you real quick. Snell's window. Snell's window. Probably. I'm just gonna find general information about it. You probably can do more research about it. I'm not an expert on any of this. I'm just giving you extra information, okay? If you're gonna look at Snell's window, look at this. This. Snell's window, also known as fisheye view or optical manhole, is a fascinating optical phenomena that occurs underwater, right? When you look up from beneath the surface, the entire above water world, from horizon to horizon, is compressed into a single bright circular cone of light, approximately 97 degrees across, right? So you could be inside a medium and you could be looking at another medium, and that medium is gonna look different from what it is. You get that? You looking from one medium to another one. So I think this is one variable that probably have to be added into this observation.
Hey, so are you, Jamesy, are you saying kind of like when you're underwater looking up at the sky, or when you're in the air looking down in the water, you're talking about that kind of view?
Yeah. Something like that. I'm not an expert on this, but I remember the first person I ever heard mentioning this was Indio, and I was like, wow, yeah, if the optics of the medium, one medium to the other one, yeah, there is something there. I'm just saying that we are in this medium, looking across this medium, then looking at that medium up there, and he's asking, what is a celestial sphere? It looks like a sphere. Maybe it looks like a sphere to your eyes. there's a lot of variables that can cause something that is not a sphere look like a sphere, including this variable right here, or like a circle or whatever.
So are you saying that because of this lensing effect that water has? I mean, this is essentially like refraction, though, right? You
This is
know
Snell's
that
window. Yeah. There's
this is
something.
why,
There's
like,
some. Yeah.
when you do celestial navigation, you're not supposed to take sights of stars close to the horizon because of that refraction issue. Like, you want to take them higher up in the sky because there is some distortion, but the phenomenon of there being this total sphere shape still seems to be established.
You just refuted.
Yeah, but
They're not
You
saying
just refuted
refraction.
that yourself.
There's
Hold
Literally
on,
definitely
just
hold on. They're not.
refuted that yourself,
Hold
dude.
on,
map
hold on, hold
onto
on.
the sphere.
You're making a prejudgment on this thing. They're not saying that as it gets closer to the horizon, refraction makes it difficult to determine the star location. No, you're looking for the thickness of the air. That's the problem with it. It's not about refraction. There's just a thickness of the air, and that thickness makes it unreliable. Has nothing to do with refraction. Refraction could be a part of it, but it doesn't mean refraction is everything that's going on there. There's a whole lot more going on there than just refraction.
Right, but
No.
the effect is that you don't observe the star exactly where it should be when it's close to the horizon. I think refraction's the biggest issue there.
What do you mean where it should be? How do you know where that is?
Well, when you want to get an accurate,
Oh, it should be a sphere. So if it's not there, it's where it shouldn't be.
right?
So
If you
it only
take a
follows.
sight
Hold on.
closer, if the star isn't where it appears to be, then you're not going to get an accurate sight. You're not going to
How do you
calculate your
know?
position accurately.
How do you know that's not accurate?
This is just the recommendation for when you're doing celestial navigation. When you use a
Yeah,
sextant, you're not supposed to take sights close
yeah,
to the,
I get it
because it won't
because
give you
the
accurate.
math, the math of celestial navigation assumes a sphere. But if the sky does not actually obey that rule, there's going to be an error. That doesn't mean the sky is not that is wrong. It means that your model is only accurate within a certain field of observation, and we know what that is: 30 degrees above the horizon to 70 to 20 degrees to zenith. So it's basically like a ring in the sky is where these linear angle relationships hold, and the rest of the sky they don't. Now, what I only jumped in because of he brought up Snell's window, and I want to explain this to you. This the U.S. Navy has actually tested this phenomenon from underwater. Now remember what it said: underwater. If you look straight up and you're the right distance away from the surface of the water, you can see the horizon. You can see trucks. That's what they did. They were taking pictures of trucks on shore from underwater. Think about that for a second. Right? So you can see things because of the way the refracting medium is. The air.
Right. We know that the boundary between the air and the water, the speed of light is very different in those two mediums, so you're going to get significant refraction across that boundary layer.
Yeah, and we know we're in a refractive medium of air, so to draw conclusions that, hey, this part of the sky is no refraction and this other part is distorted because it is refraction, there's kind of really no justification for that. Basically, we look up, we can only use a portion of the sky to do celestial navigation, basically like a donut ring around you.
Right, that's where you get the most accurate measurements, but that doesn't mean that it's not a celestial sphere.
Useful
Though. Like
measurements.
when you map the whole stars, when you
I'm
map
not
the
saying
whole sky, you get we have this enclosed volume of a sphere. We use these spherical coordinates to represent
But
the
what are
positions of
what
all
are you
the
mapping?
stars. The whole sky, all of the observable stars.
Yeah, from where? Where's the origin of coordinates?
From any point. The
Exactly. It's
reference of
the model
the
is a
celestial sphere is not dependent on
the celestial
where
sphere. And the celestial sphere is a sphere of infinite radius. Okay, and the model is an observer-centric model emanating from a point which is your eyeball, not the surface of the Earth. It could be on any surface. Could be anywhere. You're making like leaps of logic, and things like the so-called southern star rotation. Stars, they don't rotate. The stars take arcs in the sky, and because they go into the lines of other stars, they appear in circles. But in the heliocentric model, they should appear in spiral, in orbit. So you should never actually see a circle at all. If you one
you can
star
see
should never make
in
a
the north,
circle.
for example, you see the Big Dipper makes a big circle around Polaris. Like there's the stars that are close to the North Pole seem to circle the North Pole.
Yeah, but it should be a spiral in the heliocentric model. Otherwise, how would one Big Dipper handle be pointing at Polaris from the west, and then 6 months later be pointing from the east? If it was just making circles, that wouldn't be possible.
It circles every day.
No, what you're seeing is star trails overlap into other star trails. These aren't 24-hour time lapses, right? They're doing something like a 10-hour time lapse because there's a lot of stars in the sky. They overlap into each other,
and the night is only so long.
Well, I mean, I guess you could go to the Arctic and take a freaking 3-month one. But this visual effect, you could actually just replicate, which I got a video with a guy that does game programming and design. Okay, so what he does, he demonstrates this same type of quote star trail effect by just using random dots on a piece of paper and another set of random dots on a transparency with dots on it, and just shifting it makes them appear as circles. I'll post the video in the chat. It's interesting.
Yo, thanks for that, Indio. Good thing that I said Indio and you popped in. I was just saying that you see all these effects that he's saying that that's what I was trying to bring to him. Like he's making assertions about the ground being a sphere because the sky looks a certain way. I say, bro, there's so many effects that you're not taking into account to just consider what's happening. Go ahead.
That's what I'm asking: is how in your model do you reconcile the flat Earth with the celestial sphere?
It's an observer-centric model. Some people call it personal dome of vision. That the mistake you're making, that there's like you can apply some universal rule to the whole thing. No, and think about the world in a third person, outside perspective type of reality, like a blueprint. But there's no evidence that's the way the world works. The evidence is everything we experience about the world is from a first person point of view. And the way the geometry works with a third person point of view is projective. It's not what they would call orthographic. So I'll give you an example. If you painted a parabola on the ground, right? Say the ground's flat, extends to the horizon. You're at the peak of the arc of the parabola, and you painted that on the ground where the arms of the parabola go all the way to the horizon. Now, if you looked at that in a diagram, you'd see a parabola on graph paper, right? But the way that would look to you is it would look like an ellipse. It would look like there's an oval painted on the ground where you're at one end of the oval. Now, if you just look at the formula for an ellipse, right, and a parabola, they're completely unrelated. They have nothing to do with each other in Euclidean geometry. But they're obviously related because they look the same. Well, one looks like what the other would look like in Euclidean geometry. In Euclidean geometry, the thing looks like in projective geometry that same thing. So you're making all these conclusions, not just you. Don't think I'm finger pointing at you. You've been raised this way to think about that somehow you've astral projected yourself outside the world and are looking back at it. That's not the way you've experienced the world, and it's not the way the world works. Like I said, there's this personal dome. It follows you around, and the reason it looks like this, the main reason is you can't tell the distance to anything in the sky by looking at it because you don't have any distance cues. So when everything looks the same distance, when you're looking at something, everything in your field of view looks like the identical distance, but you can't tell the distance, right? So in your perception, it's either infinitely far away or infinitely close. You can't tell. You have no distance cue. Like when we look at the world, we have distance cues, right? We can see the ground ramp up. We can see things get smaller as they go further away. We have all these other distance cues. We don't have any of them with looking at the sky. So you draw conclusions about, some orthographic relationship between the ground and the sky. To even know whether that actually is true, that relationship between the ground and the sky is this angular spherical relationship, you have to measure the ground. That's the only way to know. You just don't get to jump and say, yes, the ground is like the sky. No, you actually have to tie them together somehow. And when that's tried to be done in surveying or any of those endeavors, it can only be correlated in a very bulky, loose way. But when you get into like particulars, it starts falling apart. And they have to do things like have curved plumb lines and geoid models and reference ellipsoids. Why is there a reference ellipsoid if they measure the Earth to be a ball? Why does that even exist? Why don't you just go with the measurements and say, hey, we measured it, here it is? Why do you have to have some imaginary mathematical object that you put the measurements on? Why would
If
you
you're
do that?
asking me, it's because the Earth is not perfectly a sphere, right? The reference ellipsoid
Well, then
is
just measure it, right?
right. I
You
think that
shouldn't
they
need it
did
at all,
that
right?
in order to
Like
get
if I said,
to the reference ellipsoid, they must have made some measurements. And I mean, how do you think they came up with it, right?
look,
Like
if
it's
I had
based
if I had
on
like if I had a box and I said I didn't know what it was, and I said, hey, dude, here's some money. I want you to go measure that object in the other room and tell me what it is. You'd come back and be like, yeah, I measured it. It's a box. You wouldn't need a fucking reference box on a piece of paper to which to map your measurements onto. You wouldn't need anything external. Now, there's a reason they need something external, because they don't measure the Earth to be a sphere. And in fact, it doesn't even match the reference ellipsoid. They need another fudge factor called the geoid. And they don't actually, contrary to popular belief, people think that like they do projections. They're not doing projection. They do what's called a mapping function, using the geoid as kind of like this curved ray filter. In surveying, geodetic surveying, plumb lines. If you know what a plumb line is, you got to wait. You hang it from a string, points toward the ground. Everybody thinks, yeah, it points perpendicular to the Earth. It points straight down. Not in geodetic surveying. That plumb line is supposed to be curving. Curving. Something no one's ever measured, ever seen, doesn't exist. It's purely a mathematical object used to turn a flat surface and match it to the celestial sphere.
Right, but if there is a celestial sphere, how does the flat Earth fit inside of it? Like,
Because they're
wouldn't
unrelated. They're not contingent on each other. It's observer centric. The only thing it needs is an eyeball. Did you understand when I say the way you're thinking about reality is like from some external philosophical viewpoint? That somehow you can go outside of everything and look at the geometric relationships of things and that they have to be like that. Maybe that's not the way the world is, and that the geometric relationship of things is based upon an observer, and everything emanates from the observer and comes to the observer. And that is the
Well, no, I
origin of
think
it.
that, we have this subjective experience of the world, but there is an objective reality. Like, I don't think that we're all just seeing our own personal sky. I think if that were true,
I
celestial
know, but
navigation
we
wouldn't
are.
work.
But we are, even within the globe model. We are.
Well, you're seeing the sky relative to your position on the Earth, but
Yeah, and
if I'm standing next to somebody and I point at the
no,
sky, like I
because
can
of
point at a
refraction,
star
remember?
and they
Because
same
of
star.
refraction, remember? Say the stars that I see on the horizon that don't follow the spherical relationship are directly over your head, or nearly directly over your head. Why the
Yeah,
fuck did it just do that? And they do follow the spherical
Indio,
relationship.
you're
You
Enigma.
can't.
Indio,
Yeah,
you're
great. Yeah, that's great.
Fuck your computer science
Yeah,
degree.
even if that was true, the Earth is still flat. So anyway, even if if one person is seeing this linear spherical relationship and the other person is not, they're not looking at the same sky.
Right. I'm trying to make sure we agree on the same observables. Like, to me,
But that universality don't
it's
hold. It
imaginary
doesn't
to
even
say
exist.
here, and it's based on what we observe because we don't have the
No,
depth for each star. Like,
you're just
even
saying
I'm
that. It
sure.
doesn't. Only part of the sky obeys that mathematical relationship. Part of it.
Right, but the sky shifts so that that ring of where you can make those accurate observations, that
Uh-huh.
the sky is rotating through that, so all of the stars
It,
are in that position at some point.
they'll, great. Yes, there will always be stars from the viewpoint of the observer that have that spherical linear angle relationship. Yes, part of the sky, but it's observer centric. It's based upon the observer and some other observer. Say their views overlap. Part of his view is not going to have that linear relationship. So they're not looking at the same thing. And I'm not just like whistling Dixie. You can do something. You can go on time and date or SunCalc, right? They have sunrise, sunset, the sun angle, so the sun azimuth and elevation angle. The elevation angle is its angle above uh, the ground, and the angle elevation above the ground, and the azimuth is the direction you're pointed. Now, if you take two observers and put them on a quote unquote model globe in 3D Studio Max, AutoCAD, Blender, pick one, and you tried to take their lines of sight, right? I got that in my azimuth. I know which way they're looking. I got the elevation angle. So now you know the direction of the sun from that viewpoint, that observer. So you take the other observer. Now, in the orthographic thinking, those lines of sight should intersect at the sun somewhere outside of the Earth, 93 million miles away. Now I'll say, hey, dude, it's not accurate enough to. You're going to get an error when the angle's that small and it's all that far away, even though it's AutoCAD and you shouldn't. Let's just say you do, but you're not going to get an error as large as they get when they actually do it, because they get negative parallax angles, meaning when you do the calculation, the sun is behind the observers that are looking at it. If you intersect the lines of sight behind them. So people make all these assumptions about what's happening, about where the stars are. I see this star, you see this star, we're both looking in the same direction because we both see it at the same time. That's how things work terrestrially. You're just, and I'm not saying it's not a justified conclusion to think that this is some universal thing, that when, I look at a building and you look at a building, we're both looking at in the same direction at the same thing. But that doesn't hold with objects in the sky. It just doesn't. And I know that's hard to take, probably. But this is why they say things like, well, the stars, it's all parallel rays.
The only thing that could explain something like that is it's like we're looking at something that's not there, like a projection, like a hologram, or like a video screen. Like if we're all looking at
No, I'll
different
tell you what
TV
explains
screens.
it. Your assumptions are wrong. That's what explains it.
Dylan, you gotta admit this logic. You have to follow. It's sound logic, though. I mean, and your side at the moment that you're trying to, it's baseless. What you're trying to push when you follow the logic, bro. Come on.
Yeah, it's fundamentally
Let
me say this. There's a philosophical paradigm underpinning your viewpoint, right? There's some assumptions there, and are those assumptions actually, well, they can't be proven, but are they actually justifiable, or is there contrary information which might say, hey, my assumptions are wrong? And there's plenty of it.
Dylan, make sure you go to the live stream and what India just gave you for the past 10 minutes, bro. Just listen to it again, please. Listen to it again, bro.
The whole viewpoint of the heliocentric model incorporates a lot of philosophical ideas, but they don't tell you really that we've assumed that the Earth is not unique and that it's just like everything else. That we can't prove it, but we're just going to assume it, and from that assumption, we're going to say, I look and I see the planets, therefore Earth is a planet. Because everything's the same, right? Or because I can make a blueprint of a house and show the blueprint to a bunch of people, and we can use this and use these spatial dimensions to build something which follows in a mathematical way the blueprint, but the house don't look like the blueprint at all. If you drew railroad tracks orthographically on a grid, they would be two parallel lines that stay apart forever. But if you went to the railroad tracks and looked at them, it converged at the horizon. And I'm not talking about that, like it's just like a subjective interpretation of reality. No, it's just the way we experience reality is based upon the observer. And if you wanted to get really, if I wanted to be a total fucking asshole and science nerd, I could make an argument from the viewpoint of quantum mechanics, which says all of reality is based upon the observer, down to fundamental particles, and that a particle doesn't even exist until you look at it. Now, I don't actually agree with that, but I could make that argument to support the philosophical argument.
Dylan, you gotta acknowledge some of this, bro. Come on, please. Do it. Come on, Dylan.
I'm
You've
not.
been asking the same
I
questions for
can
weeks.
try. I'm trying to keep it relatively simple, and like you
Do you
showed
think that
maps of the celestial sphere where the 6 radiant points where the meteorites are coming through. Like, it seems like you agreed that there is a celestial sphere, and so we were
not an
getting back to
actual
like
sphere
the
though?
question of like
I told
It's
him.
not an
this
I
actual
told
issue
him.
of
sphere.
it being like not an actual sphere, or that I'm trying to
The point
understand the points
the
that
point
are
that gave you
being made.
what Indio just gave you, it's like to the point exactly the whole point of what you've been asking. And are you listening to what he's saying, bro? Like that's what I thought, that you have to go back and repeat it to yourself and listen to this again. I'm pretty sure you probably have to do it 1 or 3 times, because
Let
this
me
is to the
recap
point
that.
of what you asked.
So when you say celestial sphere, when they say celestial sphere, what they mean is that the stars, right? The relationship of the stars, the spacing, follows an angular relationship, a linear angular relationship. That's what they mean. That is the quote celestial sphere. That's it. It's not that it's an actual sphere. It's a relationship of the angles.
It's a
Very
map.
good.
Like, have you ever used Google Sky Map or something like that? Like, when you observe the celestial sphere with a sky map, it's literally a sphere around the observer, and so
Exactly. Yes.
you can see part of it, and most of it is occluded by or half of it is occluded by the ground and what other objects you have around it. But you still see a hemisphere of the
How do you know it's occluded by the
sky.
ground? That's the thing. You're
Like,
making an assumption.
you can point your phone at different directions. You can line up like, okay, this constellation over here corresponds to the constellation on the sky map, and everywhere you look, you can see, oh, this is this part of the sky, this is that part of the sky, and you
It's
can
not the sky if it's
and it
under you.
corresponds, huh?
It's not the sky if it's under you.
Right. On the sky map, though, it's a sphere and it goes all the way around you. So
Okay, that's fine.
that's
That's
what
an
I'm saying. Like,
abstraction.
how does that work? If there is a celestial sphere
It
on the
doesn't
globe,
actually
that
do
makes
that
sense.
though. Yeah, if you turn the celestial sphere, the Earth, into the celestial sphere.
Right. It makes sense on a globe because we'd be inside the sphere. But I'm just wondering, like, how you can how that works on a flat Earth. Like,
I'll tell you, brother. You answered your own question. If the celestial sphere goes around you, then that means there are 8 billion celestial spheres. I rest my case.
Those are rookie numbers. We need to have more babies.
they say there's a lot more people than that, actually. That we've been undercounting people for a long time.
Oh, I'm
Because
sure.
people that are
The
living
point
in
is,
rural areas.
Dylan, the point I'm making with that is that the celestial sphere is observer centric. The celestial sphere that you imagine is centered on the center of the Earth. That's not how it's experienced. It's only experienced observer centric. That's reality.
Right. You have to put in a particular position on the Earth. If you're using one of these applications,
It's not on the. It's not an Earth
they're gonna
position.
use your latitude and longitude in order to
Those are not on the
represent the
ground.
sky accurately.
Those are not on the ground. See, this is where you're. This is a mistake that people make. You guys think that latitude and longitude are on the ground. They are not. You know how I know this?
There is a particular latitude and longitude and on the ground, like
Yeah. Okay. How do I
I'm on
find
the
it?
ground
How do
and
I
I
find
have
it?
a latitude and longitude.
How would I find it? using just the ground, not the sky.
Well,
If it's a ground position, I should be able to use the ground to find it. Yeah, you can't. The coordinate system is in the sky. All it does is demarcate case to a section of the sky that you see that you're under.
right, but it doesn't rotate with the sky. Like a particular location on the Earth has that particular latitude and longitude, and it
Well,
doesn't
we've
change.
decided on
Like
that by
if you
convention. Well, yeah, it doesn't
if you're
change because
navigating somewhere.
Yeah, it does. Any particular, say, New York City has a particular latitude and longitude, but that's agreed on by convention. They even say it in
Right.
the International Terrestrial Reference System that we just agree on any particular latitude and longitude, that this is where it is. Because the sky,
Right.
this so-called celestial sphere, moves around. It doesn't have fixed locations. The only fixed locations is where's the celestial equator and where's the sun, and that's the whole basis of latitude and longitude. Okay, that's it. Where's the celestial equator above the horizon? Where's the sun? What time is it? And with that,
Most of those
we've taken
choices
places on Earth.
are
Well,
pretty straightforward. Like we didn't choose arbitrarily where the North and South Pole are or where the equator are. We chose arbitrarily where the prime meridian is that goes through Greenwich, England, like the observatory there.
no one
But
said it was arbitrary, but it's not based upon the ground. How would I know if I'm at the North Pole?
you would see the stars circling directly above
Exactly.
that. Okay.
So exactly, the ground could be fucking invisible. And if
So
Polaris
isn't
is over my
there like
head,
where's
we
the
would
South
say,
Pole to then?
well, if the Earth was fucking completely invisible, if I saw Polaris over our head, by convention, human convention, we would say, I'm at the North Pole.
Right.
Even though the ground doesn't
Is
exist.
there a South Pole?
Oh my God. It's not a location on Earth. No, there is not. You are under these things, dude. Well, aren't you understanding? You're under it. You're not on it.
Is there a point on the Earth where you would see the celestial South Pole circling overhead?
I do not know. I've never seen evidence of this. I've never seen evidence of a point on Earth having being a North Pole, being under the so-called northern celestial pole. Never seen any evidence of that. National Geographic tried, but they got there coincidentally on the first day of the equinox, and it wasn't dark anymore. Because you got to go there at night, right? So the Arctic Ocean's water, but it's frozen in the winter. But you can't. You have to start traveling before winter kicks in. So they started traveling and traversed, northern Canada, try to get to the North Pole, the so-called North Pole, to find it.
National Geographic couldn't got it right. Come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, like they just looked at their Garmin and said, "Yeah, we're here," even though there's no GPSs in polar orbit around the North Pole, so I don't even know how their Garmin picked up anything. But another bullshit from National Geographic out of their loads of just fraud. National Geographic is just fraudulent at this point. The point is that they could have gotten evidence that there's a North Pole on Earth, well, someplace on Earth under the northern celestial pole, by just pointing their camera up and snapping a picture. But they didn't get there in time. It was light out. So I don't know anybody who's ever. You can't go there with a ship. You can't break the ice. So I don't know what the evidence. I've never seen evidence that there is a place on Earth that would correspond to the globe North Pole, or any North Pole, even on Gleason's map North Pole. I don't see. We don't go on imagination as flat earthers generally. Some do. I would say our group does not go on imagination. We go, what's the evidence for that? That's our thing. There's lots of claims. What's the evidence for the claim? North Pole? There's a North Pole on Earth? Okay. What's the evidence for that? How do I know when I got there? And like that thing, right, that you probably 20 minutes ago, you thought was as fucking sure as shit, as sure as the sun's going to rise tomorrow, there's a fucking North Pole. And now you know there's no fucking evidence for its existence at all. Well, what's the evidence? Other than someone claiming there's a place on Earth that corresponds to the northern celestial fucking pole, and there's a place you can go stand and you're under it. Nothing. No videos, there's no photos.
I've
There's
never
nothing.
been there, but I've definitely
Nobody's
seen.
ever been there. Not just you,
It seems
dude.
like
I've looked for this very hard, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, Dylan. I gave
feel
you
like
the
I've
only
heard
piece.
stories of people navigating to the North Pole.
Through ice?
Yeah, they like use sled dogs and shit to get there. Like the first people that went up there, like they got close, and I don't know. There's these like harrowing stories, people getting stuck up there, like trying to get there.
Kind of like a big fish story. Hey, Indio, has there ever been anybody to stand underneath the North Pole or the South Pole at night?
Not that I know of.
That's what I've always been wondering.
That's
Everybody keeps claiming you can go to the North Pole and South Pole, but the only way to find it is at night. So how has anybody ever gone to the North Pole or South Pole?
If you can't know you're at one of these poles, unless you make an observation of the sky, and you've never been and seen the sky look the way it's supposed to look, then you can't say it exists.
Because you will have to draw an angle, and the North Star, let's say, it has to be 90 degrees above your head, right? Yeah, I'm 90
Nearly.
degrees under the North Star. Or
Yeah, nearly. It would be off a little bit, but
yeah.
But if they didn't see that, they'd just make up some bullshit excuse. Because when you start getting into the colder regions, those rules, especially the celestial sphere rules, they really stop applying. So, for instance, Barents, who the Bering Strait is named after, they got stuck in the Arctic. In what would be the Arctic Circle. Their boat got stuck, and they couldn't get out. And so they're waiting for spring to happen so they can leave. Well, spring started 2 weeks too early. Now, why would that happen? Why would spring start 2 weeks too early? Meaning they saw the sun 2 weeks before it should have rose, and every day in those 2 weeks. Now, when Barents got back to the Netherlands, they tried. He had because back then he had a royal commission to go, map the world, go explore, do all these things. When the academics saw his logs, they were so mad they tried to get his commission taken away. And the only reason it wasn't taken away is because they also plotted. They also weren't supposed to be able to see Jupiter and the moon, but they recorded their positions as well. There's all sorts of anomalous observations that don't conform. The Canary Islands, you can see the entire Southern Cross from the Canary Islands, which is like 28 north, which you should not. You should only be able to see a portion of it. You should never be able to see the whole thing. It's photographs of the whole thing being recorded. So the thing about the globe is, it's a Herculean effort in fucking cherry picking and confirmation bias, and little more than that.
Some of that trust me, bro stuff.
Well, you just ignore the falsifying information, pretend it doesn't exist, or come up with some ad hoc explanation to stop your hypothesis from being falsified, and just keep adding band-aids forever. There's a video the other
Right.
day. Fucking everything about galaxies is wrong. Remember? Did you see that one?
Yep.
I don't know if I posted that
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, your idea of being wrong by new evidence isn't that it's wrong. It's just that you just discovered a new exotic form of matter.
Think about like the motion of the Earth. That's a classic one, right? They went so far as to say, freaking, there's no such thing as distance or time. Is that it's relative, right? There's no absolute space. Why? Because they couldn't detect the motion of the Earth.
Hey, guess what?
I'm gonna have to catch you guys on the next one.
Oh,
but thanks, I guess.
Yeah, you can fact check everything I said. I don't make up shit ever. Everything I said, you can find. Like, I mean, Barron's. Everything I said about Barron's is whole academic articles on it.
All right.
Well, dude, thanks for listening. Have a nice night.
hey, Indio, an absolute reference frame. The entailment of that is an ever-present mind.
Ouch.
Yeah, buddy.
That's actually outside of space and time.
Yep.
But Gemsy, I love those the meteor thing. I even shown that in a while, man. That's some good info. He didn't know what to say about that. He didn't even really understand it perfectly, but it was really good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give him another perspective. Like he thinking this celestial sphere is, concrete stuff that the Earth is a sphere for whatever argument he's trying to make. I'm like, bro, the celestial sphere you could use it for different purposes. It's just we have the observable phenomena. People make a model of it, and like observe the phenomena and paint it this way, and it's not nothing concrete 100%. You think it is. But you gave him like all the specifics about this whole thing and just brought the whole circle. And yeah, everything you say, he should listen to it again. He just have to listen to it again, because if he doesn't, he's gonna come back tomorrow and ask the same question.
Or he can just Google solar system, go on Google Images, and just look at diagrams and rock back and forth in a catatonic state. It's too complicated. Earth's the glob. Leave Brittany alone.
Yeah, that phenomena that I share sometimes is definitely has its place as interesting observable phenomena and some extra data to add up to whatever these conversations about the earth and the ground, the sky and the ground.
You know what's crazy, Jamesy, is you told him that it had nothing to do with the ground. You were just talking about observable phenomena in the sky, and then he tried to relate that back to Indio.
Oh, James, did you agree that the sky is a sphere? He said that. I
Yeah.
never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. Kind of. Why would he say that? Why would anybody think the sky is actually a sphere?
I think he's a closet concavator, actually. Closet concavator.
Oh, maybe.
He's giving me that feeling because he's been like arguing this like that for many nights, and he's been told again and again and again about all the specifics that even I'm learning about every day.
Oh, he's the one
And
from
he,
politics too, right? He was over there as well.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
AI has
Well,
spoken to
at least
him.
he's calmed down. He was kind of a jerk over there.
Yeah, he calmed down a little bit. He came really polite to me and asked me the question. I'm like, yeah, let's just talk about it, and I'll give you my perspective. Let's do it. There was another guy trying to jump in the middle. Didn't really happen.
That's what made me come in. Want him.
Oh, you heard me?
I was listening on YouTube and I heard him, like, try to interject, insert his own question, and then say, "Well, you're going to answer my question when you're done with him." Like, bro, nope, that is not going to fly. And then he
Radman posted.
said it was our
Okay.
ego, which is fucking so funny.
You know, Radwin posted this image that I just posted in the side chat, and I don't understand why people can't see that this is how the celestial sphere works. You just gotta blow that ball up really big. That's all. That doesn't mean that the stars don't hit your feet. That's just that's just how the celestial sphere works. Because the land is in the way, now you have a personal dome instead of a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, when you brought, I should have made the fish astronomers fucking argument when Jemsy brought up Snell's window. That if fish had telescopes and they're looking at the stars through Snell's window, what shape of the world would they think it is? They could do measurements. They'll measure the angle between the stars. They'll swim around and then see how much the stars move based upon how far they swum and reach all sorts of weird conclusions about what the shape of their world is. They're fucking underwater on a flat Earth.
Well, when you measure out angles, you're using a protractor. The baseline of that protractor is flat, and the top half of that protractor, the top of the protractor is the hemisphere. So, I mean, bro, flat baseline, hemisphere, personal dome, come on.
Well, that's why I was bringing up. It's philosophical. Philosophically, he don't think the world can be that way, and that's really what the separation is. There is no like physics argument that you can make. The only argument you could make against that would be a philosophically based one. The personal dome, right?
Yeah, they think they have an orthographic view of the world, and they think they have a God's eye view of the world.
The weird part is that everything I posted is. Oh no, it's here. My bad. Yep. W. All good.
What's up, Indio? How you been, man?
India is just getting ready to play at the World Cup.
Bro, I'm so excited. I still think the US is gonna win.
Who's gonna win?
America.
You mean Mexico?
America.
Oh, Canada.
That's weird
Puerto
though.
Rico.
You're rooting for every country except the country that you're from.
No, I'm trying to make sure which one you're talking about. When you say America, I'm thinking Colombia, Brazil, because of Brazil, Mexico, Canada. But I'm asking you. I'm not rooting for anyone. I'm saying who's gonna win. I'm trying to pin down the country that you're saying. When you say America, I'm thinking like 30 countries.
USMNT.
Oh, USA, USA. Yeah, that's my team right there. USA, USA. Come on, bro. You say America, I'm like, America, that's a big place.
There's only one America, man.
What? Alright. If that's what you believe.
Yeah, the one country that's siphoning resources from the rest of the world.
I don't know. Because the Dominican Republic, they get a bunch of resources from other countries. They export a lot of avocados and mangoes, and they get petroleum, from Venezuela and other countries. Their fruits are delicious in the Caribbean, so that's why people pay up.
But I'm excited for this World Cup. It's a different World Cup, it feels like.
Are you in Texas area or no? 'Cause there's a match
Yeah,
in
they're gonna have
Dallas.
some games in Houston, and they're gonna have some games at Cowboy Stadium. I think one or two at Cowboy Stadium.
World Cup game schedule. Okay, tomorrow Mexico versus South Africa. So America versus Africa. South Korea versus Czechia or whoever. Canada, America versus Bosnia. More matches. USA versus Paraguay. Oh my goodness. Paraguay low key, it could be real good players, so.
Hey, Jamesy, if the Earth is flat, how come the World Cup uses a soccer ball?
Right. They should use flat balls. US versus Paraguay, Qatar versus Switzerland, Brazil versus Morocco, Haiti versus Scotland, Australia versus Turkey. I speak to someone from Saudi Arabia. He's coming to the US just to watch the game. Saudi Arabia.
They probably own an oil company. They are. Hey, Neil, thanks for providing us with extra stimulation today, man. Sorry, we keep getting you demonetized.
Neil got demonetized?
Yeah, you can't say retard on TikTok. It gets you demonetized.
Jesus.
I was just gonna ask who said the wrong R word.
AI retard lord.
Him again. He did it last. I did it one time. I'm guilty. He did it last time. Now he did it again. Gee.
It's okay.
But does it count if a robot says it?
Yeah, the AI immediately recognized it. It's like, damn, it's speaking my language.
Well.
Neil, how long do you think you're going to have those goons chasing you around? Wait, what? Did anyone catch that? What do you say?
No, I couldn't hear anything. Who said what?
Damn it, Neil.
Who, me?
Yeah, I asked you, like, how long do you think you're going to have those goons chasing you around?
Oh, yeah, forever.
Oh, forever. Okay.
What I think is funny is how they won't ever leave TikTok because they want to stay monetized.
Okay, any go over if there's questions, comments, concerns? I hear you breathing.
Oh, my bad.
I got the high fan going and me breathing as well. Because it's not as hot as I need the AC on, but I'll survive with the strong fan.
Yeah, it's like 70 degrees out.
Yeah, you go to some apartments and people got that stuff like AC full on, like it's, you know, they want that stuff like almost freezing inside.
Yeah, man, that's how you get sick. Walking in and out of like freezing and super hot.
I take the heat. If it's too much, then I might turn it on. Hey, welcome, Osmer man or something. I hear your mic. Omar, Sam, Omar.
Yes, yes. Hello.
Hey, welcome to the PC. What brings you by?
Say again.
What brings you to the Flutter Discord voice? He left. Of course he did. Yeah, I just I'm used to the heat. Obviously, I'm from the Caribbean, so I guess it's in my DNA. But going in and in very cold places and then hot and then cold again, yeah, not a good feeling.
Dude, AI. How many times are they gonna post that stupid paper? Did they actually even read it? Question of the day is, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Indio, was it you that mentioned that there might be like a World Cup match in Boston?
Well, it's in Foxborough.
Oh, I get it now. That makes sense.
But they do a direct train to Foxborough when they do that stuff. Their commuter rail goes right to Foxborough. Doesn't make any other stops. Did you know that the commuter rail goes to the South Shore now? Goes like Brockton,
Commuter
and shit.
rail.
Or not Brockton. It goes to Fall River and what else is down there? Fall River and New Bedford.
That's
It hasn't existed for 80 years, and they brought it
wow.
back. Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
if you're looking for a cheaper house, right, and you got to commute to Boston, it's fucking perfect. Because those are both shitholes and have been since whaling went out of style.
Wow, yeah. So I guess I imagine based on the real estate, just by having access to the commuter rail, that those prices might be kind of like going
Yeah.
up, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
That's a lot of cool areas around all across the state. Fall River, I've been around there many times. Just working mostly, but it's Massachusetts. There's really cool spots, even though there's like ugly, dirty areas too. Like I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on with people. They throw the trash right there in front of their house, and like, bro, this is like in front of your house. Just pick it up or something.
Well, I mean, there's parts of East Boston there's just so much litter and trash on the ground. It's like, I mean, you need more than a street sweeper.
But they keep it
I don't know
fairly
why they
clean.
don't.
It was their yeah. They keep it fairly
I haven't
clean.
been out there in a while. I'm talking about like trying to think of what part that is.
Bro, now go to Lawrence, bro. Like I don't know
Oh,
what's going on with
Lawrence is
some
gross.
people, bro. But they throw everything. Like it's like the trash is something that they just throw. Okay, I got trash, and they just open their hands and it's going to the floor. It's just I got bags of trash. Put them over there in the corner outside of the house. Just leave it there, like so. Like bro, like damn.
Well, I mean, they got a serious junkie drug problem, you know.
Yeah. Talking about the commuter rails, a lot of the junkies sleep near the stations. So I don't know what's going on with the stations, but the stations have these big structures, and I get the junkies find corners on them or something. You know what I'm saying? Like they find
Oh
some
yeah.
type of spot near the train station, whatever, because they're huge cement blocks.
Yeah, there's a few places. They do it in Boston too, in the subways. There's certain spots they hang out inside the tunnels and shit.
I've seen this. I've seen a lot. Before it was a lot of guys, but I've seen a lot of girls, even young. Like I'm talking like 19, 20-year-old girls that are just around walking, just looking for, they look like they're definitely on drugs, like 100%.
Oh sure.
But they look pretty young, many of them.
The homeless girl's almost always with a guy though. Like what? Kind of works like this. When they need to sleep at night, they need a guy to protect them. So they'll find some simp that will give them money so they can make it to the morning, whatever. But during the day, that dude's on his own while she runs around and does her thing to feed her habits. It's kind of how the females operate, the homeless ones. They always got some dude in tow.
For the side of life, I mean, they get like certain help, whatever government, let's say food stamps or whatever. They probably get whatever else. Who knows if they get some cash? I'm not sure. They also, you see them in the corners asking for money, and they don't pay rent or bills. So I guess it's kind of like, they can survive out there. They get a lot of donations from people if they can go to places and people clothes. They get free clothes, free
The Earth is round or
stuff.
flat?
Earth is round or flat? I mean, when you mean round, you mean sphere? Because round and flat
Yes.
are not mutually exclusive. Because maybe somewhere in your house you have a round table. The table
Okay,
is flat and
true.
round.
That's true.
Yeah, and you
That's a
can also
good
do a
point.
circle. You can also do a circle on a table or on the floor. The floor is flat and the circle is round, right? Makes
Okay,
sense.
but I meant sphere then. You don't believe the world is a sphere?
For
Why
it to
should
be a
we?
sphere, yeah.
Yeah, why should we?
What should we? Yeah, good question.
Okay, I'll tell you because literally like every expert says it. Like how everyone is
Nah.
wrong.
What if all the experts said that you were a jerk? Should I believe them?
Okay, but they're not gonna say that.
Would that make you a jerk?
That doesn't make sense. That's a straw man
It
argument.
doesn't. No, it's not. No, because you're doing a logical fallacy.
No, I'm saying experts who have studied this field their entire
Called an
lives,
argument.
scientists,
Okay, it's an
credible people
argument.
by the tens of thousands,
Okay,
and they're
given
all
the way to
wrong.
judge their credibility. Look,
So I have to
it's still
become a
an argument.
scientist
It's
to
still
believe it.
our argument from credentials, dude. It's appeal to credentials. It's a logical fallacy.
Okay, so where's your argument come from?
The characteristics of the people saying things is not what determines the truth of what's being said. You
What
wanna know
the
what determines the
hell?
truth of what? The personal characteristics, meaning he's an expert, he's tall, he works for the government. Any of these personal characteristics have nothing to do whether the statement "Earth is a ball" is true or false. They're not connected.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
think everyone is lying?
AJ, no, AJ, because what he's
No,
trying to
don't.
tell you.
That's a straw
No.
man.
Yeah, that's a straw man. So AJ, so what he's trying to tell you, if a bunch of people say that the Earth is a globe, doesn't make it a globe. It will require something else besides that. It will require testing of the surface of the Earth and measure it to be curving for it to be a globe. Then they can
But
present
they're sending
the
spaceships.
measurement. No,
What about
AJ, real quick.
spaceships?
So it wouldn't be argument from the person that will make the Earth a globe. It will be testing it to be, and
Okay, but these
nowhere to
people
be
are
found.
calculating like sending a spaceship to the moon. Like, how are they sending a spaceship to the moon, but they don't know if the Earth is a sphere?
What
How does
makes
that
you
make
think?
sense?
Okay, what makes you think spaceships are going to the moon? Do you have any
Okay,
personal
whatever.
knowledge of
Like
that?
out of like they're going in out of orbit or like
It's not an
outside of the
answer.
Earth.
It's not an answer. Why do you think that claim is true?
What claim?
The claim that people are spending spaceships to the moon. You saw that in the news. Hey, we're spending spaceships to the moon. You decided to believe it. Why?
Well, it's not just us. America did it. Russia, China, like they're all lying.
Why do you believe any of them then?
But that would mean that they're colluding together. Russia, China, and America all colluded just to lie to the people about it. Why would people who hate each other collude?
It's called an alignment of interests. They all have the same interest, and that is to control the domestic population. They don't have to collude. They just
But
all
why
want
would
the
they have
same
to
thing.
lie about the Earth being a sphere? How does that benefit them?
What makes you think they're lying? They don't know.
Okay, but they're saying that it's a sphere, so that means they're
So
lying.
what? No, they could just be wrong. Lying means you know the truth and you're being intentionally deceptive. They would have to know the Earth is flat and then be lying and saying, "I know
Okay,
it's
so
flat."
how
When
do
it's
you know
already
the Earth is
here.
flat then?
Measurement.
Okay, but can't experts do these measurements? Like, why is no one else agreeing? Like reputable people.
Because they've never measured the surface of the Earth to be curving.
Actually, the experts that do the measurements come to the conclusion that it's not curving. That's another thing that you have to take into account. The people that do the testing is the people in here, the ones that did the test, and now they don't believe in the globe anymore.
I mean, I don't know. You sound confident, but it's hard to believe that it's all a big lie.
Yeah, so straw man again. It's like
I mean,
you
it's
just
not
look
really
like
a
an
straw
NPC, you
man.
went
Like,
right back. It is. I don't believe it. They're all lying.
He
yeah,
said, well,
because
isn't
it's
that an
like
appeal to incredulity? He's saying, I cannot believe that, this and that. Like, he's
because people
appealing
have
to.
tested this. Like,
Okay, show us.
it's like 99% versus
Show us.
1%. You guys are like the 1%ers.
Now an appeal to majority. Truth is not a democracy, dude. See, think about what you're doing, right? Think about what's happened since you come in here. Your argument has just been all logical fallacies. That's how poor your evidence is.
Well, I've never personally studied this, but I'm just gonna assume like everyone is lying about this or
And you're
everyone
yet
is
arguing.
misinformed.
There we go again for the third fucking time, dude. Really? Oh, let me ask you.
I don't know. I don't know why you guys would
Let
know
me ask you
better
a
than
question.
like the
Let's
smartest
figure
people on
out
Earth.
let's figure like you don't know if they're smart or not. You're incapable of evaluating it.
I mean,
It
for
doesn't
example,
matter how
Elon
smart
Musk,
they
he's
are either.
obviously a genius. So
He's a fucking retard. What are you talking
okay,
about?
if you think he's a retard, you lose all credibility on intelligence.
Oh, what makes him not a retard?
What makes him not a retard, bro? You know how hard it is
He's
to
got
build the
money?
companies he's built?
Oh,
No, it
because
takes a
he
lot
made
more than
money.
money. What are you talking about? Money.
He's a fucking grifter.
No,
Grifter.
what he's to build a successful $1 trillion company is insanely difficult. What are you talking about,
Not if you're a scammer.
bro? Okay, if that's your
Imagine if you actually
position, then
had
I don't really know.
my position is there's no evidence that the Earth is a ball. That's my position. All the evidence of measuring the surface of the Earth have shown that the Earth is flat and
What
motionless.
about the images from outer space that they take pictures?
How do you know those images come from fucking outer space, dude?
But they're
You have a
pictures of
complete.
Earth.
How do you know that?
So
How do
you
you know
think
that's
they're
what Earth
fake
looks like?
pictures?
How do you? No, I'm asking you. How you know that claim is true? You
How do I
don't.
know?
Look,
I don't know. I
people
just
present
assume there's so many
people.
pictures taken that
You just
they're like
assume. That's like the third time you said that. Yeah, you're just assuming.
okay, but like that's like I don't know, man. You can say
Why
that
don't you
about
just tell us?
everything.
Just
How do you
say
know
the
that's
truth.
a chicken you
You're just
ate? Oh, you bought it from the supermarket. How do you know the supermarket it's really
No,
gave you
this is
chicken
different.
and
This
it's
is
not just
different.
plastic?
No, this is completely different. That's a false equivalence, dude. You know what a
I
chicken
don't know. I
is.
feel like the
You've
burden
experienced
of
chicken.
proof lies
You've
more
eaten.
on you.
Yeah, the Earth looks flat. Now what?
The Earth looks flat.
Yeah, it looks flat because it is flat. So I met my burden. Now I'll contradict it. Oh, the experts. It's not a contradiction to what I just said. Now let's find the evidence that contradicts that the Earth looks flat because it is flat.
So you're
Make the
fully
argument that the Earth
convinced the
looks
Earth
flat.
is flat.
I know it's flat. I've done the test myself, dude. You could test it yourself too. I know from personal experience. I didn't have to ask anybody.
So do you believe in God or no?
It's irrelevant. Deflection.
It's not a deflection. I'm curious. Like,
Irrelevant.
do you believe in heaven and hell, or above
It's
us is heaven and
irrelevant.
below? Okay, fair enough.
Irrelevant. We're talking about facts about the natural world. We can measure what the Earth is. But let me just walk you through this. Is most of the surface of Earth water?
Is most of the surface of the Earth water? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, for the Earth to be a ball, does that water have to curve?
Yes. Obviously.
Like the pictures you think from space, they show curved oceans, right?
The pictures
The
from
oceans, they're curving
space.
into. Yeah, they show a ball of Earth, mostly water, with curving water oceans, right?
I think
It's a ball,
so.
right? You think so? It's a
Yeah.
circle, right? So the ocean's on the edge of that circle, the horizon, then it's curving water. Now we can test and we can go out and we can measure the surface of water and to see if it actually is curving. We don't have to trust
Okay, but
anybody.
help me get
We
my
can just
head
go test
around
it.
this part. Let me ask you a question. Why would everyone be deceiving us though? Like why would they be a big
Incredulity.
deception campaign?
They don't know. They're like you, dude. They just believe it because they think everybody else believes it.
But they're saying
It's a
it's like a
tradition,
circle,
dude.
like
It's
the
like believing in Santa.
I
It's
don't think
just a
it's like
Western
that, man.
tradition.
They seem very confident that it's a sphere.
Who cares? Confidence is not a litmus test for truth either. Dude, think about how fallacious your reasoning is. Every reason you come up with is some psychological, sociological argument about the properties of the people making the claim. Nothing about the actual substance of the claim itself and whether that's true. You're talking about people. I don't think this person would do that, and I think these people know that, and I think this is that, and this is, and these other people did this other thing. You're just making all this shit up in your head. First of all, you don't know what they think. You have no idea what the majority of the world fucking thinks in any sense. Okay, so you're not making an actual argument that the Earth is a ball. You're making a claim about what you think people would or wouldn't do.
I don't know. I guess what I learned in school, and then you look at a globe. They put a globe in school, and it's like a sphere.
Yeah,
So
you're
like
the
all that
lie.
is a
You
fraud.
couldn't even. You're goddamn right.
Well, what you didn't read is that globe that you saw on the school is intended only for decoration purposes. It's for you
That's
to,
right, man.
you know, it's for to look cool. It's not for education or anything. It's not teaching. It's not supposed to teach you anything. You're not supposed to use it for anything, to do anything at all. It's just decoration. That's what it is.
You go buy a globe on the bottom, it'll say not for educational purposes, dude. That's serious.
Yeah, I might have heard something like that before. I don't know. I'm confused as
Oh,
fuck.
so you're
I
familiar
honestly
with this
don't.
topic and you're just playing games, acting like you don't know
Well, no,
anything.
it's not about that. It's like I just trust, I trust the science that
I
people
know.
claim has been done.
You don't know what that is.
Yeah, but I also didn't do like cancer research, and I know chemo can help some people. Like, I don't have to like do the test myself, like, to
Okay,
know.
that's not what I said. But you don't even know what it is they did to figure it out in the first place. You know what people did. You can figure out, hey, how do you do cancer or chemo research? Well, you have a bunch of test subjects, you give them some chemo, see if their cancer goes away. It's easy to figure out. So, what did they do to figure out the Earth was a globe?
Mathematics?
Mathematics. It's too general, dude. Regardless of what your mathematics is, you have to go into the natural world and make measurements to put into your mathematics.
Yeah, the mechanisms, the methodology that was used, the mathematics were employed in a section of the methodology to come to the conclusion after, certain testing or something that you did to say, hey, this is what was actually done to determine the Earth as a globe.
Einstein said math doesn't refer to reality.
So did Einstein believe it was a sphere? He would know.
What difference
Would he
does it
not
make?
know? But he was
No,
like the
he wouldn't
smartest
know.
man ever.
The smartest
He
man,
wouldn't know.
Einstein.
No, he wouldn't know.
Wow.
He never went to space.
Einstein was the smartest man ever. Just
I
fucking
mean, that remember they repeat that like in movies, cartoons, like they use Einstein like in cartoons, fantasy sections, and a lot of people consume a lot of fantasy stuff. That's why they believe that Einstein is the smartest man because they saw it on
So
the
who's your
movie.
equivalent? Who's your
Well, he's
equivalent to
right. The
Einstein? Who
caricature of
should I look
Einstein
up?
is. You're right. The caricature of Einstein is the smartest man ever. Now, the real
the smartest
Einstein, that's
man.
something else.
I mean, the
All
smartest
right,
man
send me
by
a video
a
right now that will prove. Okay, I'll have an open mind about it. Can you show me something that will like persuade me or no?
We got plenty of tests, dude. Plenty.
Show me a YouTube video. Give me something I can look at, and then I'll decide for myself.
Well, I mean, the only way you should be deciding is if you test it yourself.
Yeah, but that's like, bro, come on.
Easy
If I put
test.
that standard to everything, I may as well just stop eating food since it's not tested myself.
Why do you keep making these all or nothing fallacies, dude? This
Because
thing
you're
you
saying
can't
like
figure out.
I have to
But you
test it myself to believe it.
you
Like,
don't
bro,
need special
isn't there
skills,
someone who
dude.
recorded themselves testing it?
Let me ask you a question. Didn't they say that people in 2000 BC or 2000 years ago figured this out? Do you think you're as competent as they are?
I don't get it.
They say that they figured out the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago, and that basically people that are equivalent of cavemen to today's standards figured it out. But you're like, you can't do it. You can do it. It's easy. It's third grade geometry. It's simple. The Earth
Okay,
is
so is
supposed to
there not a
curve.
video of that? Like, let me just watch
Yeah,
a video.
I'll give you something, but I'm gonna lay the question. How you answer the question: is the Earth a ball or is it flat? I gave you a preview that the water of the Earth has to curve. If the water of the Earth does not curve, then it cannot be a ball because most of the surface of the Earth is water. So if the water is flat, the Earth is flat, right?
Man, I'm confused. I'm so
Can
damn
the
confused.
oceans of the world be flat and the Earth still be a sphere?
No.
Okay, then. So we're testing whether the oceans or lakes are flat or curved into the ball they say it is. That ball is supposed to be 3,959 mile radius. That means we can test to see if the properties of that ball exist in the real world by measuring. So, for instance,
how would we test that? How would we know? Like
measure
you're so far away from the edge.
edge. What edge?
Like how would you know if it curves at the end of like where your eyes can see?
Look,
It's such...
look. If you shoot a laser, the Earth is supposed to curve down away from the laser, right?
You would need a laser that can go far as fuck.
How far? How far do you think?
I mean, as far as the eye can see.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down 66 feet. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah. Now, see, this is because what we've all been told is Earth too biggy. It looks flat because it's just really, really, really big. But when you actually look at the math, it's not that big as far as curvature is concerned. So it's the drop from eye level is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared. So approximately. So in 10 miles, that's a 66-foot drop.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? So think
Where
about
have you
that.
guys been for the past 2 weeks?
Okay, why are you interrupting to fucking ask questions like that? Fucking turd. So, do you think that like, buddy, do you think that just happened on accident? You still here?
Yeah.
He dropped out. He dropped out. The AJ after that he used the exit button. He aborted. He rejected. You know, like abort. He left.
Did you come in here to run interference, dude? Get good.
What?
Oh, you're in your DMs now talking to the dude that you risk ran interference for? What?
I'm in who DMs?
Running interference.
On DMs? No. I did
Why
not
did you come
DM
in
anybody.
here? Why did you come in here? And when I was telling people about the particulars of the flat Earth, you want to talk about where we are and what we're doing.
What? No, I asked you where have you guys been for the past 2 weeks?
Exactly
Do you think that
what he
is an
just asked
important
you.
question to ask us?
Hmm?
Do you think that that's an important question to ask us when I am in the
Yeah,
middle
why
of a
not?
conversation? When I am in the middle of a conversation with somebody?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because it's fucking rude.
Well, don't
You
answer
got
then.
parents?
I
You
think
got
you just need
parents?
to take the L on this one. Get good. Sorry, man.
Is this your buddy, Nash?
No,
Wait, did I make
I've
you
never
guys
met him
upset?
before.
Probably better off that way too. You get good. You're going on mute forever. So
Get good.
that's all.
You're pretty good at playing dumb. I mean, this thing so obvious. I mean,
How
damn,
much is
just
playing?
plain dumb. Get good. Can be. I mean, that clueless.
So, Nash, respect. Have you been in here before? Are you a flat Earth virgin? Oh, he said yeah. Oh, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. I'm not gonna make you. Unless you start crazy chat skacking.
Nash is in 8 servers of the same topic.
Yeah, you look familiar, but you know, I see a lot of people, so. I'm gonna take a break for a second. Someone else tend to the monkeys.
Later.
No, I'm gonna still be listening. I'm just don't want to talk for a minute.
I will take on the responsibility of tending to L monkeys. So, who would like to learn about flat Earth?
Hey, it's you, Mario.
It is me.
Talk
would
to
like to become
Gitgu.
flat Earth.
I admitted Gitgu. Go ahead, Gitgu. Talk to Mario. Since you were asking
Yes,
questions.
I'm a very trustworthy source. Any takers? Yaga Bruno. $20K ups. Boogie Woods?
That one. Get the 20K cups guy. Get that one. He has 20K cups and he still doesn't get it. You're gonna get 21K and still.
Oh, it looks like Indio just banned someone. That poor, sweet summer child.
Poor guy.
How about Satan's little season? Would you like to learn about the flat Earth? Very
So
trustworthy
Mario, I
content.
want to learn because I've been trying to convince these guys about the opposite. So can you tell me about it?
The flat Earth. Belief that the Earth is a level, stationary plane, motionless.
What does that mean actually? What does flat means? What is that?
Has no drop over distance. I've studied every single one of your guys' talking points. I'm pretty sure you can ask me anything just right about now.
So Mario, when you think flat Earth, what is the image that pops in your head? What do you see? Flat Earth.
Those GIFs that you guys post all the time, where it's like pictures of the ocean and pieces of land that are just have no drop over distance.
Can you post one of those of the image in your head about flat Earth? Can you post one?
Mario, are you a real flat earther?
Why, of course I am.
That's cat Mario. Come on, no need to pretend, bro. Please.
Okay, well, I've said I am not a flat earther enough times, and I've done this a million times. I don't know why I've been kicked back. I
Obviously, that's
used to be addicted to this server. It was so like, I don't know, goofy.
I
That's not
sense
the right word.
sarcasm.
he's
Well, glad
he's
to have you on
confessing.
the growth
Listen,
side.
that Dylan, he's confessing he used to be a dick to people in the server. Now he's confessing that he used to be a dick. So go ahead, Mario.
No,
What else are you confessing for?
it's a dick did.
Addicted. So you confessing your
Addicted.
addiction to the topic? Just keep
Yeah.
going in your confession. Go ahead. Just confess completely. Go ahead.
Addicted. An adjective. Being physically or physiologically dependent on a. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. What was I saying?
You were talking about your past history about
Oh
people in
yes,
here.
yes. I used to go to the server a lot. It climaxed with me actually going out doing a flat Earth test or a Earth curve measurement. I got proof that there was like drop over distance. I showed it to the guy. He said I needed to set up like weather stations every few feet to measure the fuck, what's it called again when like light bends due to Earth's atmosphere?
You said that you got drop over distance.
What's it
Yeah, what
called?
was that?
Does that mean
What
that
was
you
your
were like you went to the sea level and you were higher than zero sea level, and then there was a drop from your position towards the sea level or something?
I went to a point 30 a little over 30 miles away from a distant mountain peak, set up a level camera to show that the mountain peak is lower than me, which shows drop over. There's a lot more to it than that, but that was basically like the simplified thing.
I have an image of that. Do you have like a photograph of the tip of the mountains, one looking to the other one? You towards the other one?
Yeah, I did. It was like a Google Doc. Can I send Google Docs?
Yeah, post that. I'm gonna use this for the FE people.
For the FE people, like as an example, like I want you to know this is proof I made for the globe.
To show them the drop over the distance that they've been asking for years now.
It's
You
not letting me
have it.
post it. Can I share my screen? I cannot.
Just
How do I
send it
post
to me in
video?
DMs. I'll post it for you. Just a link or
What,
whatever.
wa- what was the
Should be able to
elevation
post.
difference between your observation
Message.
position and the mountain peak?
I'm sorry. What do you say?
What was the
That's not.
elevation of the mountain peak, and what was the elevation from your observational
It's
position?
all in the Google Doc I made. It was a little over a year ago. I'd have to look into it. It's all right here though. It's not like I'm hiding the information. Let me. How do I do this? Make a copy. Make a copy. There you go.
Share it in the text chat by any chance?
Hold on. I swear I'm doing this probably correctly. I accidentally made copies in the Google Docs, and now I have 3 of them. Alright, let me try that one more time. Alright. Let me just search up, how do I send a copy of a Google Doc to someone on Discord?
Just make it a PDF file.
Open the document. Click the share button. File, share with others. Oh, I can copy the link. Your message cannot be delivered. Send a friend request first and start the conversation once they've accepted.
I sent you a friend request, accept it, and then you can send it to me.
There we go. Oh, why am I here? I look-y just got bored. I'm on summer break and I played like 5 hours Lethal Company and now I'm here for some reason.
Well, I'm gonna copy paste this. You're not sending
what was I
any.
asking? Like, what's the elevation of the mountain? Variables. Ground elevation above sea level, 70 feet. Camera height above ground, 4 feet. Total camera height above sea level, 74 feet. Mountain peak. The mountain peak was 6,512 feet above sea level.
I posted it for you guys, so I don't know, it's a google.com thing.
Here. I made my best work on this. I was so proud of it when I finished. Costed me like 20 bucks, so I had to buy a measuring tape. There's still topology even in flat Earth. Yeah, thanks, Dylan. People in my chem class making such a.
So you measured the Earth's curve, though?
No, I tried to. If you look at it, hold on. Google Docs. You see the image where it has the yardstick, or yeah, the yardstick sticking up. So I was intended to get, because I saw a video where a guy did it, and he had so that measuring stick with the camera at level, and then the mountain peak in it, and then it would correspond with the measuring stick, and then I could use that to actually measure the drop. But at level, the height of the mountain peak was just such lower than my camera that, and then I had no way of measuring. Like, I guess I could have like tilted the camera down and made a measurement using the degrees that I tilted the camera down, but I didn't know how to measure that, I guess you can say. But I tried. And you can see my effort. So, yeah. Lethal Company?
I saw a method where they were measuring the curvature by using a triangle where the interior angles were higher than 180, which is like these spherical triangles.
Erp. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I showed you all the thing. Ooh.
Are you guys looking forward to this Artemis 3 where they're supposed to be landing on the moon again?
What do you mean again? Did they ever did it in the past? The Artemis? They never landed on the moon. What are you?
Well, the Apollo missions were supposed to have landed on the moon. I know that those were pretty fishy though.
So Artemis didn't do it. So they're gonna do it for the first time?
The first one, I don't know exactly what the first one did. The second one went around the moon, and the third one is supposed to land on the moon.
No, the third one's not landing on the moon. It's going in low Earth orbit to test out the landers.
Maybe I'm wrong. Are they not going back to land on the moon though? At least one of these
I'll do
Artemis
it on the
missions.
fourth one.
You know when
This
they
one's like,
tested the Apollo lander? Never.
yeah. I
Literally
figured.
never. We
I
tested
don't
it
know
on the
what that
moon. No, so literally never.
I'm not even gonna engage in a debate. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, doesn't
I
make
saw them
sense.
test it on the Earth. They flew the lunar lander around on the Earth for a little bit.
No, they didn't.
Like you recognize that voice.
You're
Pretty
mistaken.
sure I saw a video of that.
You saw a video of a little rocket attached to a thing, piece of metal with 4 legs on it, but that wasn't the lunar lander. It wasn't even a mock-up of the lunar lander. And Neil Armstrong had to eject and nearly died instantly. That was the only known test of anything even close to it. But the actual the actual lunar lander that they claimed they landed with was never tested.
Right. Yeah, I'm not convinced that we landed yet. At least not in the way they said.
You
I
think
was
they faked the
convinced.
moon landing on the moon?
Right. I'm not 100% either way on that one, but
Well, there's
I
people
don't
that
know.
think
Maybe,
they faked the moon landing on the moon. They went to the
right.
moon and then they found, I don't know, hidden Nazi bases and had to fake the moon landing to cover up, the aliens they found.
Yeah, I think that's more likely than anything.
Oh my God, you're cooked, bro. Don't talk to me anymore.
I just got a quick question.
Yeah.
Why is our Earth round?
Why is what?
Why is our Earth round?
It's not. What gave you that idea?
Oh no, did I ask
Oh, you
about?
watch TV. That's right. You saw it
Yeah,
on
man.
TV.
I watched it on television.
We didn't see it anywhere else.
Really, bro? Are you saying that Earth is not round? What?
No, the Earth is not a ball. No.
What? Holy shit, man! I didn't know that.
No, you didn't know that. You just
No,
didn't
for
believe it.
real, dude. No, bro. I'm
No,
really
you
good at.
did know that because your whole life you've experienced the Earth is flat and motionless. But somebody said, "Hey, the Earth's a sphere," and you believed them. But your experience, you do know what you experience, right? And the way you experience the world, like when you go to the ocean, ocean's flat, right? So the Earth is flat in your experience. So you do know that to you, the Earth seems flat. But you decided you were going to believe that that's an optical illusion, and you're like a fucking ant on a giant fucking beach ball, and the Earth is so big it just looks flat, but it's not actually flat.
Okay. I mean, that's a hell of an explanation, though.
Well, that's what happened. It's accurate. We're all told that what we experience is an illusion. It's not true.
So how about?
I've had people, Globers, well, anti-flat earthers really, tell me that the statement, the Earth looks flat because it is flat, is irrational. It's crazy. Stupid. That nobody should ever think that. That it looks flat, it's flat, that's just crazy. But if I see my table and it looks square, and I go, hey, yeah, it looks square because it is square, that's completely fucking normal human behavior. But when you look at the Earth, nah, dude, that's different. Just because it looks flat, it can't be flat. You're crazy. Well, maybe the obvious is true. Just maybe. So crazy.
What do you think about the planet called planet that Elon Musk is trying to go?
I don't think the planets have anything to do with the Earth.
I don't know.
The Earth is not a planet. It's not like the planets. It's nothing
No, I'm
similar to it.
talking about Mars, bro. Can we go and for like 100 years or so?
What makes you think you can go to Mars?
I mean, that's what Elon Musk thinks about going there, right?
Elon Musk thinks he loves money. He likes attention.
Some
and
dude
money.
some dude you saw on the internet says you can go there. Cool story, bro.
Can we actually?
Delusional. I mean, you have to get to a point where like they say so many things, right? But if you look at your actual real life experience of how you experience the world, the things they claim to do are so far out there and fantastic, right? You have to start asking yourself, what could they say that I would not believe? Because I'm sure if they showed you a video of Jesus walking on water, you would not believe that. You would have a very high standard on whether you would believe that video is accurate. But they can show something equally impossible, right? I'm in space in a tin can. I let something go and it doesn't fall. That's crazy. Compared to your experience of reality, you never let something go that's heavier than air or denser than air and it didn't fall. Fell every time.
So what do you think?
But they say they go to a spec. Well, hold on, though. Let me finish. But this is the experience of everybody ever. But they claimed that they went to a place where that don't happen, and people just believe it. It's a crazy claim, dude.
So what do you think about moon? So who went to the moon first?
Nobody.
Do you think Neil Armstrong went to the moon?
Nobody went to the moon.
Really?
Nobody went to the moon. No one's going to the moon.
But did a hell of research out there, and they went just recently, I guess.
There's a bunch of stories. That's all there is.
Really? So, like, how about the news?
What about it?
Yeah, I mean, they all saw that they're going to the Mars and doing some. Oh, not Mars, Moon, and they're doing research.
So what? They also said Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. I mean, they'll say whatever they're told to say. The news is not a source of truth, man.
Hmm.
They can't even get
So
the
why,
weather right.
why do you think they are just creating misleading information everywhere?
Because you being stupid is beneficial to them.
Why is that? Is it because I will vote?
Because knowledge is power. And if you're
Mhm.
ignorant, you have no power.
It's true.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you think you
Hmm.
lived on a ball where you're just gonna walk and just go back in a circle and you can never, like, you need some special condition of enormous amounts of money or some rocket that you could never make, and otherwise you're just, you know, trapped here in their world where they claim they know everything and you just have to believe everything they say. And there's the elephant in the room when you think about existentially, if you try to bring in things like God, the whole heliocentric Big Bang worldview,
Mhm.
you know, it's an atheist, materialist atheist worldview. And
So how many there?
well, I mean, who has the highest moral authority if there's no God? Where do you get your moral authority like? Why do you decide what's right and wrong and what to do if there's no God?
So you
Oh,
don't believe in?
these people that claim they're gods, right? That claim basically all the things that they claim in the Bible and religiously that God could do, they now claim they can do. They
So
can
do
cure
you
the
believe in
sick.
Jesus or no?
Do I believe in Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You do?
Jesus is king. He's Lord.
That's right.
I don't believe Jesus
Mm-hmm.
and God would create a world that was an optical illusion. God said, "You will find proof of me in nature, in my creation." Now, if nature and creation is an illusion, how are you going to find proof of them there?
Bro, why no one's talking?
It would be deception.
Everyone's just
Well,
muting. Why no one's arguing with you, dude?
why would they argue with me? Everything I'm saying is facts, bro.
Yeah.
Were they going to argue with facts?
Like, against you, even though you're talking facts. I mean, there are some always thinks that they are, right. But in this group, I can't see none of them.
I mean, the only argument you can make about things I'm saying is nuh-uh. Or, how do you know we're not all brains in the jar? That's usually where they go. They go to absurdity.
All right, guys. So it was nice talking to talk about. See you guys.
All right, peace out, bro.
Yeah, bro.
ask you guys one simple question. One single question, guys.
Okay.
Is the Earth is flat or the round?
It's global,
Explain, please.
obviously. Hmm. Because that theory acknowledged by most of the people, and some phenomenon like the horizon and the size changing when the boat sailing on the ocean
Yeah, yeah.
with yeah.
So when do you think
What? I think round and flat is more like two-dimensional pattern. Yep.
What's going on?
What?
So what's going on? What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No news is good news.
Mm. I've heard some people they want to they have some ex-girlfriend about the global science, and she said she wanted you guys to listen to her friend how to demonstrate the Earth has a curvature and how to prove it is global in size
Hmm.
in shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Um.
Easy to say. Talk is cheap, as they say. Bring them in here. See if they can do it.
Yeah.
Sure, we've heard it before.
If I'm
Fucking heard
not
everything before.
if I'm not wrong, she's Phantom Witch.
She's a witch.
No, that's just her nickname. Like
Oh.
on this, yeah,
Just
in
tell her to
this
come in here.
software. Maybe I'll ask her if she's online later.
Freaking Dylan, you goofball. Why would you say refraction, though? How do you know it's refraction making this possible? Give us the evidence.
Refractional.
Not you. I'm talking to Dylan.
Seems like the only explanation.
Oh, the only explanation? No. There's another explanation. The Earth's not a ball.
Yeah, I gather that.
Okay, so what's the
What
what is
do
the
you-
actual evidence within the observation itself that refraction is what's making this happen?
What do you mean refraction?
Refraction. I'm talking to Dylan. Do you not hear him? So there is no evidence, Dylan. Dylan, you guys' evidence for refraction happening is the fact the Earth looks flat. Because if I ask you,
Why?
hey, if I ask you, Dylan, what is the evidence for refraction? You don't have an answer besides the Earth looks flat.
Well, we know
That's your
refraction
evidence.
exists.
Yeah, as a certain phenomenon that happens in certain situations. That doesn't mean it happens in all situations. It
No,
doesn't mean
it's
it's happening
certainly
in this situation. Look, let's say you said it's the bending of space-time causing it to happen. Would you need to provide some justification for that claim other than, well, it's possible?
Why is neither time to happen this phenomenon?
Oh my goodness, dude. Are you paying attention, Brado?
Yep.
Okay, who am I talking to right now? Not you.
No, I'll
Dylan.
admit that I know that the Earth is a globe, and so when I see that,
You don't know that.
it is
What's the source of
I
your
don't have
knowledge? Give
like
me
the
your primary
atmosphere
knowledge.
and whatever.
Give me your primary knowledge that tells you the Earth is a globe. Your knowledge, not somebody else's, yours. Because you said you know the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, the celestial observations.
Okay, that would be an inference. That's not knowledge. So even from that observation, you're not observing the Earth to be a globe.
Well, it's a totality of of different evidence.
So
But
you don't
that's the
actually
primary
know it,
one that
you
I
just
can
think it.
directly observe.
So you've constructed a narrative within your head from which you believe the Earth is a globe, but you don't actually know it. Because the observations you mentioned, you had never actually made any of them. So even if you made those, you don't even have that information.
Well, like the simple observations that I have made, like the sun setting and not disappearing into a point, like it seems to maintain its angular size. I've gone through all this stuff with you
That's
guys
not true.
though, and
That's
have
not true.
explanations.
That's not
You
true.
don't see
You're
the
just
sun
making shit up.
maintain its
Sun
angular
does
size
not
when
maintain its angular size. You're just making
it
shit
doesn't
up.
shrink to a dot when it's set.
Yes, it. Who said it should?
You guys are saying that the sun is the reason it's setting is because it's getting farther away, and the laws of perspective would make something that's getting farther away shrink to a dot before it disappears at the horizon, just like parallel lines receding to the
Yeah,
horizon.
you also think that something on a flat surface can't disappear bottom up, correct? Though we've demonstrated that. So your theory don't mean anything. Your hypothesis don't mean anything. Especially the sunset. You know why? Because that would mean that the horizon is the physical edge of the Earth, which we can prove it's not. So the premise from which your whole chain of thought is based on is false from the get-go. So
No, you
back
would
we are
expect
to
if the sun if the sun is going farther away, and that's the reason why it's
yeah, you're just
setting.
saying that. Why would you expect that?
The laws of perspective.
The laws of what are those? State them.
You understand what I'm saying. You're just trying to
State
like
them.
you.
Well, you know, but you're trying to use rhetorical tactics as if you're gonna get somewhere. I
Something
asked you
that's
how you know the Earth.
closer,
I
something
asked you
that's
how you.
closer is going to appear larger. Something that's farther away is going to appear smaller. And as it gets farther and farther away, it's going to appear smaller and smaller until it you can no longer be resolved.
Is that a pure geometric relation?
Perspective is purely
Is
geometrical,
that
yeah.
so? It's purely geometric, right? Correct.
Perspective is, yeah.
Okay. We don't see the actual sun. We see an apparent sun, which I already proved earlier.
Right, but
Using the
you asked me like why I know that the Earth is a globe,
no,
and I'm just
no,
telling
you
you
don't. But you don't. You haven't given me how you know the Earth is a globe. You've given me a whole chain of thought, which makes you believe the Earth is a globe. But none of those observations are a direct observation of the Earth actually being a globe, and your conclusions are based on false premises and
Well,
hypotheses.
we can see images of the Earth from space.
Okay, I asked you how you know, not how you think somebody else
Right.
knows.
Well,
You
yeah, it's
don't know,
observation
Dylan. Face facts.
west
You
here.
don't know. You don't know. If nobody ever told you, you never would have thought it was a ball, ever. The idea was put into your mind. You didn't discover it.
I don't think I would assume that when I look at the sky moving, the stars moving, and the sun moving, I don't think I would have assumed that the Earth is stationary. I would have assumed that
No, yes,
they
you
were
would.
rotating.
I'm walking on the earth watching the stars move. I would not assume the earth is stationary. You're just fucking lying, dude.
It
You're
just
just
makes sense.
lying. No, it does not
It's
make
hard to
sense. It's literally
it's
the
hard to put
opposite.
yourself in that
It's
position.
literally the opposite of making sense. You're directly contradicting your sense. You
Stay
sense the earth is
strong,
still.
Dylan.
You sense the sky
Stay
is moving.
strong, Dylan.
And you're saying the opposite makes sense.
It makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you.
It does. It's the opposite of making sense. You don't sense that.
When I see spherical objects in the sky,
Dude,
like
I
You
can see the moon.
understand
I can
that things you've
Jupiter.
made up in your head are not empirical
I've seen
realities?
the moons of Jupiter with my own eyes through a telescope.
Okay, so what?
So you can see the Milky Way, like you can just see so many things in the
So what?
sky, and the whole thing rotates as one, right? So
Nothing's
either that
rotating,
whole thing rotating as one around us, or we're just
dude.
spinning. And the easier
Dylan,
explanation, like Occam's razor, is that we're
Dylan,
spinning.
dude, first of all, Occam's razor has been proven wrong to be empirically, and it's not an actual argument for anything. Secondly, these concepts, your explanations, do not match the description. They don't mean anything. They're just stories you made up in your head to explain what you see, to make you feel better. You don't know the Earth is a globe, period. You just believe it. And the fact that you just believe it, and it's obvious you just believe it and don't know it, and can't admit it, says that you are a cultist. So you're far beyond belief. You've gone even further than that of just simply believing it. The fact is,
Stay
Dylan,
strong, Dylan. It's just
if you,
projection.
Dylan, if you knew the Earth was a globe, you would have been able to figure it out yourself without anybody ever telling you. No one would ever have to tell you. You would have discovered it by your own. Shut the fuck up, quantum mechanics. Don't talk again. Didn't realize he was talking. You would have figured it out yourself, Dylan, from your knowledge. But you don't have any knowledge. You have a bunch of beliefs.
Ditto.
That's a fact. No, I have knowledge. I can observe the Earth to be flat. Observe it. You can't observe the Earth to be a ball. You have to construct it in your head. A mental construct, an idea. You can't even create a logical syllogism in the first instance that would even prove the Earth would be a ball. It's because there's no quality to it. You have nothing empirical from which to plant your foundation in.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
We can observe the celestial sphere. You guys
So
never
what?
really. We were talking about that earlier.
But you're not observing the Earth sphere. That's what you
Okay,
need.
so
You saying you know is a ball. The Earth, not
if
the
there's
sky.
a celestial sphere, that's evidence for a globe right there.
Okay. You're just claiming that. It's not true. Okay. Even a little bit. It's not even true a little bit. Okay. But even if that was true, even if that was true, even if that was true, Dylan, even if that was true, Dylan, even if that was true, Dylan, I could grant you that, and you still don't know the Earth is a ball. Still, because it's in the inductive. Who cares? You're just telling me about your psychological state. That's all you're telling me. How you feel about it. I don't care. You said you know when you don't. You believe. And the fact you can't admit it means you're a cultist when it is obvious you just believe it.
So are all the globers in the world cultists?
You're goddamn right. They don't have any primary knowledge that would tell them that the Earth is a ball. They got told it, and they accepted the story. That's
Right.
it. That's all it is. No one said that. Why do you got a straw man, Dylan? So
well, no, there's
for some reason, globe earthers can only straw man as an argument. That's all you can do. Because you can't actually face the arguments.
Well, no, you have
know
your
why?
laser, and the explanation for that is refraction. That's why you're calling it
Explanation, but there's no justification for that explanation. There needs to be a justification. Would have said it's magic sugar plum fairies. Okay, how do I know magic sugar plum fairies can even do that? How do you know refraction can make a laser bend like that, do that. How do you know it exists in that way at all? Do you have experiments? Do you have no, listen. Do you have
You
experiments?
brought up
Do you
an
have
experiment the other day that
do you have
refraction.
measurements? Look,
You guys didn't
I'm asking you.
appreciate that because you're saying that the radius of the Earth was baked into the calculations, but it was a study that showed
The
refraction.
7.6R, dude. Oh, you mean the reciprocal zenith angles? Did you read the whole thing? What are they measuring, dude? What are they actually measuring? Are they
They were
measuring refraction?
They were measuring angles. Yeah, side
Oh, yeah.
angles from
Are they
the
measuring refraction?
They were
No.
measuring refraction via the side angles to a known
No, they're
known
not.
position.
No, they're not.
That's a proxy. That's a calculation that they were doing in order to measure the refraction.
They're not doing any measuring of refraction at all.
We know
They
that
are
the
not measuring
speed
the
of light.
properties of the air. They're not measuring the
We-
properties of the light. They're not measuring its trajectory. They're not measuring any of that crap. They have an idea that if they make a measurement that says something, then light must be curved in a certain way. But they don't actually have evidence of that.
They were observing the same position, the same target position, and watching that the
And
angle
watching it move
changed.
around. Right. Great.
So how is it moving around at all if there's not refraction happening?
Scintillation.
Sorry?
Scintillation. You know why
What
the
is
stars
scintillation?
twinkle? Why the stars twinkle? Scintillation.
So you're saying that for the position to change, the light is bending. The
Not
position
bending.
of the target is
No,
not actually
look,
moving.
light is not a ray, brother. It's not a ray. It's not bending. Is light a ray? No, it's not.
Is light a ray?
You're gonna try to tell me, you're gonna try to make physics arguments that the light is bending when physically light is not a ray.
We know that the speed of light is different depending on the conditions of the air, and so
Yes,
all
correct.
that's all
But
that's
what does it
required.
do? No, that's not all. Listen, it's a change. Okay? But that doesn't mean that it bends down and around something.
It bends towards a slower medium.
That's not. What does that mean? Bends toward the slower medium. What makes it slower?
The speed of light is less.
Yeah. What? Why?
Depending
What
on
property of the air makes it less, dude?
the pressure and the temperature.
Okay. Now, is there actually a vertical gradient, or is air a bunch of different pockets of temperature and pressure? Oh, it's pockets. It's turbulence. Air is not a fucking gradient. It is not a spherically symmetric curved atmosphere. There's
Well,
no
you can
evidence
argue
it is.
refraction
There's
is
no
still happening. Refraction is what was causing that.
no. Look. I said
Are you
refraction
saying
is fine.
refraction is not
I
what
said I
was
want the
causing?
justification. It can do what you're saying it does in the first place.
We showed the evidence for that.
No, you didn't. Your claim is not evidence.
So why you said it's scintillation, but that's not
Scintillation, because the air ray is not. Look, the air is not smooth and homogeneous. It is filled with pockets of different temperature air, and when the light moves through it, because light behaves like a wave, the wavefront itself becomes distorted. Then when it hits the camera, the angle at which it hits the camera, it'll make the image of whatever's out there seem to be higher or lower because it's reaching the camera at a different angle. This is called turbulence. This is what actually happens when you actually go out and measure.
Right.
The reason
but
I am
that's
bringing this up, Dylan, is
refraction.
because
You're saying the
we
light is
have Dylan.
different.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We have the experiments that demonstrate that that light does not do what you say it does. We have the experiments now. That's why I'm asking you for the justification. I'm asking for
We
the
showed
evidence.
you the study where they show the refraction ranging from negative numbers all the way up past 1
Exactly.
high
It's
numbers.
scintillation. That means it's
So
moving around. It's
that
chaotic.
means it's able to curve with the curvature of the
No,
Earth.
it's not. It's not being curved. It's being shifted. It's a different thing.
That's how you feel. That's fine.
It's not how I feel. It's what's been measured, recorded, and is known. You want
Refraction is
citations?
it's well documented.
Oh,
It's
then give me
something that
the model to make predictions. Then I want to make
Pardon me?
predictions. I want the model to make predictions. It's well documented. That means there must exist some physics
We
model.
showed you the study. You could even calculate
No,
it
I want
based
the
on
model. The model.
actual
You said it's well known. Look, bro. I want the model.
surveyors deal with it all the time. Like there's
Okay, that
lots of
doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. I want to make predictions with this well-known refraction.
That's what we brought up the
You're
other
just
day.
talking in platitudes that mean nothing. Okay, give us the experiments that justify your claim. The actual experiments that
We
show the
showed you
rays
the
of light are. Look, a ray, something being shifted vertically is not a curved ray.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
You're saying it's so turbulent, it's just bouncing around, but they
It's
took
bound.
measurements of the sight angle changing specifically.
Look,
So they were
all
able to
they're
measure
doing.
the refraction that's happening.
They're not measuring refraction, Dylan. They're
What
measuring
were
an
they measuring?
angle. An angle. The change in the angle of arrival of the light. That's what they're measuring. The angle of arrival. And what they think that
Right.
what they
So
measure the angle of arrival means
some
depends on
object
the
and
orientation of the wavefront when it hits the sensor.
that's
They're
just
not
one
measuring
study.
any curved ray.
A bunch of them out there.
They're not measuring any curved ray because the air is not curved. Okay? It is
You
not
could
a
say
smooth vertical gradient.
we know that refraction exists. We know that
Yeah, it's a
refraction
general
can
phenomenon. That's a red herring, dude. Justification for rays of light curving for terrestrial refraction. Actual experimental justification to show that it is possible to curve a laser 300 fucking feet. There is no evidence this is possible.
We showed
None.
it already.
No, you did not. You're a liar.
We went over it the other day.
Dude, I said evidence that it is possible for refraction to curve a laser 300 feet. There is no evidence of that. Doing an angle measurement and watching the angle measurement change over time is not evidence that a laser can be displaced 300 feet. That is not a justified inference from that data.
K equals 1, then it's curving with the Earth, the radius curvature as
That's
the
your
Earth.
claim, dude. I want the evidence. Don't fucking restate the claim, dude. Find the evidence.
You're just repeating that. We already showed it to you. I'm
You
just saying
didn't
it.
show me evidence of that. You're repeating that you did and you're lying. Of the data
Are you
shows
arguing
that
that was
hey, tell me specifically
what
what part of the data. I know exactly what paper you're talking about. What part
and that's
of
what they
that
were
data?
saying in
What part
you can
of the
are
data?
you're repeating what they
Dude, stop
concluded in
fucking
their
dude.
paper,
Stop talking. I don't
but
care
that's
what
what
they
the paper
concluded.
showed.
I don't care what they concluded. Their conclusion is not evidence. The evidence is the data. What part of their data shows a curved ray.
You don't have to
None
like
of
it,
it,
man.
and you know it. You fucking know it, dude. Yeah, you better fucking leave, bitch.
Right when I was just gonna come in and come back. Yeah, he's talking about the paper I sent you.
I know exactly what paper he's talking about.
Yeah. It's weird he's coming in and talking the way he is, man, because we schooled him on the whole thing. And then he
Dude,
recognized
he did the NPC reset, dude.
Of course.
He just
It's
keeps
like,
doing
yeah,
it over and over and over again.
It's really weird. Man, you should have been there, dude. He made the most like juvenile fucking like algebraic mistake when he was trying to argue a certain point. It was really funny. Because we're trying to point out, hey, dude, there's a big R there. You can't, do the thing without big R. And he's like, oh no, you can just, do some algebraic manipulation, and you don't need big R anymore. Because look, you can just divide both sides by R, blah blah. It cancels out. I'm like, no, you retard. There's two terms. You can't, Anyway, you should have been there. It was really funny.
Yeah, he was acting sort of reasonable. And then when he just came back, he just total NPC reset to some other shit that he don't like understand at all. Like, but they said in the paper that, so what? What did they measure?
All they actually measured were angles of arrival of whatever they were looking at.
Yep,
Period.
that's it. That's it. That doesn't mean that the ray curved in a fucking arc to reach the goddamn theodolite.
No, they draw that conclusion, right? Like it's even stated in the paper that they're doing some weird calculation to find what they call little r, right?
Yeah, I know. I know what they
the
do.
radius of, right, the radius of the arc of the path of light, assuming it actually takes like a circular path, forming like a certain a subsegment or a segment of a circle, right? Again, it's inherent. They have to assume that. Yeah.
Yeah, they basically go between the say the rod and the theodolite. The light is going to take a perfect circle, and this is the subsection of it between the rod and the theodolite. It's stupid on its face, right? And even Andrew Thomas Young admits that this is not the way things actually are. That it's just an idealized model.
Of course.
Completely fucking idealized. But that moron is in here acting like that's what really happens. In reality. So I'm like, bro, there's no spherically symmetric atmosphere. The air's not fucking uniform like that. It doesn't act like that. It's just idealized. It's just funny, that I just ask him that, like, what's your justification for saying refraction makes this possible? And it's nothing, dude. I get nothing. I get appeals to authority. I get citations that can't justify, which are basically doing the same thing, are just his claim twice, Oh, they claimed what I claimed. That's my evidence. That's my justification. Yeah, what's their justification? That the light is bending like a circle. And I guarantee the people that published that paper would admit that that's not what's actually happening in reality. He's just trying to come up with some useful. Well, I mean, the purpose is they want some useful calculation they could do to compensate for refraction, because their measurements ain't always right on, right? So they want some method, and they did that, right? They took those measurements, assumed some simplified spherical symmetric atmosphere, said, hey, if it was this, then these measurements would mean this other thing. But none of that shit is, I know I'm preaching to the choir now, but none of that shit's actually real. It's conceptual. And then when you say, hey, what's the justification for that? How do I know that that's actually possible to behave like that? They refer to the model. Well, they have this paper with this model where they just assumed, based upon their idealized model, that the light's curving down. And they took angle measurements that don't tell them the light's curving down. That only tells them the light arrived at a higher or lower location than they expected because it came in at an angle. Instead of straight on, it was displaced. That's it. I mean, it's so when you're gonna go from, what they actually measured was they sighted in at 6 feet, and occasionally it said 5'11", and sometimes it said 6'1", and sometimes it said 6 feet. And based upon that ray of light must be curved around the fucking ball. That is a fucking leap of logic so far, isn't even funny. It doesn't bend like that. Bending is the wrong terminology to be using. It freaking in waves, dude. That's the only way. It's like it's like freaking it's like throwing two rocks in the water. The fucking wave is that wave front, the edge of that wave, the way it hits the camera, that is going to determine where it appears at the height of what they're zoomed in on, where it appears in the crosshair, whether it appears up or down, depending on the tilt of that wavefront. And that's based upon basically wherever the last freaking basic 2 inches before it hits the fucking theodolite, the way that pocket of air was.
Are we live? Is it a ball or what is it?
We're live. It's not a ball.
Okay, what is it?
Not a ball.
Okay.
The Earth doesn't have an idealized form or shape like a platonic solid or something.
Yeah, it's pretty shapeless. Yeah, you're right.
No. Yeah, and an idealized. Things like spheres and cubes, those are idealized shapes. They don't really exist.
Yeah, the pyramids aren't in Egypt. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you said
The
ideal
abstract, the
shapes like
abstract,
pyramids
the
don't exist.
abstract geometric form, okay, the property that they have doesn't actually exist in nature.
Yeah, so there's no pyramids in Egypt. That's a true statement.
There's pyramids in Egypt because that's what we call them. Yeah, like you're not going to go far, bro.
I disagree with you. There's no pyramids in Egypt.
No, no one said that. It's a straw man.
You did. You said pyramids don't exist.
No, I
so
said
there's
there's no
pyramids in Egypt.
idealized. No, that's a word concept fallacy. Words mean different things in different contexts.
Okay,
So in the
what does a
context
pyramid mean?
I'm talking about geometry, idealized geometry, whereas there's
Okay,
structures
so
in
there's
Egypt
no
that we
geometrical
call the
pyramids in Egypt.
pyramids. Yeah, there is things in Egypt called the pyramids, but they are not in idealized geometric form.
Thank you. You're a genius.
That's just the name we call them.
Holy shit.
We could call them the cubes in Egypt. That wouldn't make them cubes.
That's right. You can call a dog a spike, and that doesn't make a dog a spike.
That's right. And we can call them pyramids, and they're not pyramids.
I like you already.
Well, that ain't gonna last long.
I'm about to do
Well,
drugs, dude.
I think the drugs are about to do you.
I'm doing drugs, dude. So y'all don't think water's flat, right?
You're doing band, dude.
Come on, Platter. Is the rain flat?
Bye.
Have a great one.
Well, I'm leaving, and that was my parting gift. Peace.
Hi. I know what is flat. My cock.
You.
Earth is a sheep. Earth is a sheep. Earth. Earth is a sheep. Sheeple, you stay, you sorrows kui. Isla, no pluya, iremos, make you happy, oh, Italy, oh, yeah, iremos, 지상달이 드디어, oh, yeah, iremos, 지상달이, oh, we can see it, oh, yeah. We are demons. 포토그래피 씨발. 뭐 하고 있냐?
Mhm.
Opatine, good day, good day.
Oi, oi, how's it going?
Good, thanks, brother. How are you?
Oh, yeah, can't complain. I was just having dinner.
Enjoy, man.
I did. Oh, Slava, welcome. Slava, this is probably the best time for you to talk because there's not many people here. No, don't want to talk. Okay. I can do that. So how did what's his name? Dylan, I think it is, go this morning?
No idea. I just got here.
Oh, right.
If
Yeah,
you're
'cause he
talking to
was
me,
on.
anyways.
Ask anyone. Yeah, I was listening on YouTube this morning or last night for you, and yeah, Dylan was on there yapping away, and I think it was Indio and AI were trying to realign his brain so to start thinking straight.
No idea.
No, that's all right.
I really hope this community is not turning into a dictatorship.
Why?
Oh, it's to say, like, you must talk about the subject of flat Earth in this manner, right? That is a dictatorship. Or it's like you must speak about it in this way. Otherwise, you don't make the cut. That's a dictatorship.
Oh, you can talk about it whatever you want, but
Apparently not.
24/7 have
But
been 24/7 have been pretty strict with their speculation Sundays. So if people want to speculate about things, to leave it on Sundays, and that's been around since well before my time.
nah, Speculation Sunday. I've been around these guys for 6 years now. Started in 2020. Speculation Sundays is exactly what it is. But I'm talking about these the arguments that come up, but people they want to keep us locked in terms of how we speak about it. I think we got to remember. I'm gonna shut up now. Don't want to poison
Welcome.
anybody's well.
Welcome, Fratto. Or not.
Yeah.
That was quick. Say welcome and they run away. Oh no, I was spoken to. What do I do? Yes. Well, there's no actual way, like, that you have to speak to people. I'd be inclined to have a look at the arguments. If your arguments aren't that crash hot, then
You've heard my arguments. I was removed from the mod team, right? You know my arguments, and I was removed from the mod team for making stupid arguments, which is fine, cool. That's a dictatorship. That's cool. But now I have questions. I definitely have questions. I'm looking forward to engaging with. I'm looking forward to engaging with the mods now.
I know they do a clean out every now and then. Like, it's a wonder in here. I've hardly used my mod shit in here. It's a wonder I haven't had mine removed because I've done bugger all mod stuff in here. To be honest with you, in politics, yeah, but in here, hardly anything. So yeah, it's a wonder they didn't unplug me. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to lose any sleep if they do or don't.
Oh yeah, no,
I'll still come in here every
it's
day if I can.
Question of like, I totally align with you. I understand that. What I'm saying is when you say to somebody, or when the statement is made that your arguments make us look stupid, well, from a standpoint of removing the us is where I'm at now. So there's no longer any us. And now I get to ask a lot of questions, and because before I was being respectful, reverent, no, not reverent, sorry, I was being respectful, but now I'm looking forward to asking questions.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm sure it's going to make for some good content.
Well, choose to be wise when you do it. If you're going to go out to make content or something, I don't know what you want to do, but yeah, I'd suggest not.
The content's not for me. I'm saying we got a bot in here right now. Hello, welcome. Copatine, go ahead.
Why is there a skeleton in a wardrobe? Because there is a winner at hide and seek. Bye.
And we have a snowflake blow. Absolutely not. Sound like a snowflake blowing in the wind. No.
Why is there a skeleton in the world? Because he's good at hide and seek. That's about what I got out of that. Unless that's some kind of like metaphor for something, I don't know. I'm sorry. I got nothing. They got me.
Nope. Nothing's tracking.
I got absolutely nothing on that one. Wow. That's funny. I'll tell you something. That was a shame the other day when that Jontum Quantum Mechanics was yapping on about the neutrinos thing. It's a shame India wasn't in here for that. Was it in here or politics? I can't even remember now. Same difference. They all blur into one.
That was up with the neutrinos.
Hmm. I modelled it out. I drew out a little sphere with the correct radius, put down a -3 degree angle from the horizontal that they'd shoot these things at. Allowed +1 degree, +2 degrees, -2 degrees angle difference or spread, so I could be anywhere in the middle of that. Welcome, Beast Might. How's it going, man?
Welcome, fine. How are you?
Your microphone sounds really muffled, so I don't know if you're hiding under your pillow so your mum doesn't hear you, or if you've just got a crappy mic.
I just got a crappy mic.
There's a crappy mic? Oh, well, we might just have to put up with it. So you think the
Yeah.
Earth is flat. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
I don't know. I just like that. That Earth should be flat, you know?
The Earth can be flat. Well, probably could be. Why do you think it is, though?
Well, maps are flat, you know?
I didn't catch that, sorry.
Well, the maps, you know, maps are flat.
Maps are flat. So maps are flat, so the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the map has a representation of Earth, aren't they? So the map is flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
Well, that's interesting. What other good other than maps? I suppose it's just someone up to make a 3-dimensional map. Oh yeah, they call those globes. Your school teacher probably sat one on their desk. It's not
One
flat.
size globe around to see where they're going. The obvious thing of which it has to be map.
I don't want to sound rude, mate, but I barely understand a word you said then. I only caught hold of about every fourth one, and the rest of them were just. It sounds like you've got your mobile phone and you're talking to someone else, and your head's away from your phone.
Oh, no. Wait, I said that, like, no one carries a globe around when they're navigating. They carry a map. So the map is more accurate because it represents the real world. And that is why Earth is flat.
So it's more accurate because it represents the real world.
Yeah. Like, have you ever seen someone carry a globe around when they have to, have to find a destination?
According to some of the guys that come in here, yeah, they all seem to carry globes around with them. But anyways, have you ever confirmed any of the information on these maps to make sure that it's true and correct? You seem pretty
No.
confident there.
Yeah, I wanted to go from one place to another, so I picked up a map and I started walking like how the map showed, and I reached my destination. So the flat map showed me the way.
So because you got to where you're going, here's something interesting. Did you really need the map?
Wait, what?
Did you really need the map? Like,
Did
I
I
can drive
really need the map?
right across the country and I don't need a map and I can get to the other side. So claiming that the map is the reason why you got to the other side is a bit of a falsity.
Oh, but you can't use a globe to do that, can you?
It depends what you're doing. You're playing football or you want to play catch, you probably use a globe for that. That'd be quite handy.
Yeah, but no one's playing football with the earth, you know?
Yeah, I don't think using the maps thing would be a solid proof of
Not at all.
anything.
Fine.
Well, then use the word of God. Uh,
The word of God.
yeah, in many religions, God says that the earth is flat in some way or another. It is implied. So,
Give a reference for that? I'd love to hear it.
in many religions, I don't
No,
know.
not so many. I'd like one. Present one, please. Just one. That's all I ask for.
Okay, wait a minute. Not even a minute.
Copatine, I hope we can entertain this for a moment, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh yeah. I'd be
Thank you.
happy to see one of these word of God statements and to be told that it's flat, level, planar. There's
Oh
plenty of
no,
words that they could use to describe it.
I'm looking for the specific reference that God called it a sphere,
Oh, this guy's a
or
flat
made any
earther.
kind of reference. Oh, my apologies. I've made a horrible mistake. I apologize profusely. I thought he was saying that the Word of God states that the Earth is a spheroid. I apologize.
Lol. No, but like, what? Why are you? I was saying that. That is why it is flat. I was giving argument. What the hell?
Agreed,
Okay,
agreed. We can
not
reference the
for
book of
proving
Job.
that.
In the book of Job, chapter 38 makes reference of level lands, or level.
So that is why I never said that like for years. I said that this it states that like many religions that like not all of them can be wrong. Like so many like with Christianity, there even and most Abrahamic religions also show that like the earth is it's supposed to be flat. So
Yes, there's reference in Job again of the earth being level, and there's also references in the book of Job about earth having foundations. And Father completely asked the questions to Job, were you there when I laid the foundation, or when the foundations were laid? So we have lots of evidence. But as people have said, the Bible references a flat earth cosmology. Welcome, welcome, Jahid.
Okay, I gotta know, does the word welcome in other languages mean run away? Is it some kind of insult that we don't know about? Because fair dinkum, how many times has one of us said welcome and then we put someone's name on the end of it because we're trying to be friendly and they've done our U-bolt? So our little friend's a flat earther. So how long have you been a flat earther for, Beast Mite? Oh, that's all right. You're back now. Oh, you got to go. Not a problem, mate. You are welcome back anytime. Welcome. Yeah, we know your microphone works. We've seen it flash off. How's it going, man?
Hey, Copatina, I think you should start saying goodbye when they join. It may make them stay.
Do a try-hard Australian accent. G'day, mate.
So, Kokatine, have you read the Book of Job?
What was that, sorry?
Have you read the Book of Job?
No, not all in its entirety. Just bits and pieces here and there, like your typical average consumer does. I suppose I'll avoid this.
Chapter 38. That's the one I'm specifically asking about. If you
38.
you
All right.
recall.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna do
38.
this the
I'm
old-fashioned
gonna
way.
pull your attention
By the gateway.
versus.
I'll do it the sensible way. What are you after, Job?
Well, I can. Yeah, Job 38. Specifically versus 4 through 7.
Okay, so number 4. Down. Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation? Tell me if you understand. Who marked off its dimensions? Surely you know. Who stretched a measured line across it? On what were its footings set? Or who laid its cornerstone? While the morning stars sang together, and the angels shouted for joy. Who shut up the
Amen.
sea behind doors when it burst forth from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment, and wrapped in thick darkness, when I fixed limits for it and set its doors and bars in place, when I said, "This is for you, this far you may come and no farther, here is where your proud waves halt." And welcome, Yaga. There's a go, man. Oh, I had to go right down to 14, didn't I? Sorry, that was 11. Have you ever given orders to the morning or shown the dawn its place, that it might take the earth by the edges and shake the wicked out of it? The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment. Well, that was New International. No wonder it sort of read broken. I normally King James. And we've got another Matrix. Wow. Welcome. And we've got an evac. Welcome.
Matrix coming up talking to Matrix. Oh my.
This could be interesting. You don't have a mic. How can you be on Discord if you don't have a mic? That's crazy. How old's your account? You've been in this since last year. Looks like I win. You're here to listen. Okay. Well, there's not really that much going on at the moment.
Yo, Copatine, before my reception gets bad, I'm gonna sign off. You be blessed, brother. Thanks for the time. Peace.
Catch you, man. Peace. We need some Globers in here. DJ. Oh, and an FE tag.
What's up, Matrix? Yeah, it's a good one.
Not a lot. We haven't really had much going on. I don't think there's been anyone in here. I knocked off work this afternoon, and there's like three, maybe 4 people in here. And I went, okay, not much going on, so I did other things. And I went to squash, come back, and I thought, I saw someone jump in, and I thought, oh, someone's jumped in. I popped in, and just as I jumped in, they jumped out. And yeah, we haven't really had much going on. Had one guy beast someone, and he was a flat earther. Beast Mike. Yeah, he was a flat earther. Thinks the Earth's flat because maps are, but I said that wasn't really a thumbs up there. But anyways, each of their own, I suppose.
Yep. I'm just starting an event. Try to generate some people. What's something triggering that will make them want to click in here? You are a flat earther.
You just don't know it.
Yeah. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, they're in. They're starting already. You haven't even started the event.
No, they can smell it. They're already triggered.
I'll tell you what I was enjoying. When was that? Was that this morning? Debate Daddy versus Peter.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was actually backing Debate Daddy in that one. He rattled Peter proper as.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so too.
Which, yeah. I was sitting there sort of chuckling to myself.
Because
And then I heard,
if you're such a seasoned, consider yourself the top 3 Globers in the whole world, blah blah blah, right? But what, you didn't understand perspective, and you didn't realize that something can appear lower in the distance than your eye level that's higher than you due to perspective. And then that was it. That was the revelation.
yeah,
Which
that's
isn't
super weird to
even,
me.
it's super weird, and it's not even a valid argument. Think
Yeah.
something taller than you can't appear lower than you if it's off in the distance. It could appear at eye level or a bit above eye level, but it could look like it's at eye level. But to appear below you would require some sort of atmospheric conditions, basically like,
Yeah.
that's the only way it can happen. It can't happen due to perspective. It's not like things converge below your eye level due to perspective.
Now, that's something that I did like, and I grabbed it when he posted it up. I put it in welcome to whoever just dropped in. I've got to find it now.
Did I even hit start? I didn't even hit start on the event.
Right, that's the one. Yeah, that was posted up this morning. So I'm going to put it there so you can know what I'm talking about. And welcome to the next person that just dropped in. Queen someone? Queen of Hearts? Or just Queen?
Yeah, the picture, yeah.
If you have a look at the water line, and it goes up about the third of the way up the building, what do you see there? Mad Mirage.
Where am I looking? At the waterline?
Water line going up about a third of the way up the building. Maybe not even that far. Maybe a quarter of the way up the building. The real big one that's on center. So
Yeah,
where
yeah.
the blue
I don't
line
know
is
what
down
that
the
is because Jesse's footage is
Mirage.
consistently blurry.
It's a mirage. You can see it clearly.
Right, right. This perfectly matches the definition of an inferior mirage. Yeah, you can really see it across to the right a little bit.
Yes. Now, what I find interesting is the amount of times that our good friend has gone out for areas that don't have any miraging in them or refraction in them, and he goes to specific areas that don't have refraction in them, but yet he still puts the refraction calculation into his mess up, I'm going to call it, because I've got nothing better. But yet in that one, where you can clearly see the band in it, why wasn't he allowing for it? Like,
Right.
surely, if I go out and I see that it's got a big ass mirage band there, I'm going to go, hang on a minute, boys and girls, something's not right here. Why am I going to be saying it's all good when you can clearly see a blurry ass band across the bottom of it? And then in other images he's got, it's crystal clear. I just find that super weird.
Super weird. Yeah, it's almost as if they're cherry picking and being
Well,
disingenuous. Oh,
dude, your mic
watch your
is
heart.
not cool.
Watch your heart with the Timu microphone.
Hello.
Oh, look out.
Celestial.
Hello, Donald.
Hello.
Hello,
How you
Donald.
doing, JJ?
Hey, what's
Hello.
up?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm good. What about you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Good, good. Celestial.
Yeah.
Indian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're from,
Immigrant.
you're also Indian?
No, I'm not immigrant.
You're from? Then your what?
I'm from India,
Nice, nice.
from Kerala. Where are you from?
I'm
I
from
don't know
Tamil
I'm from
Nadu.
what.
Very nice.
Yeah. You like Tamil Nadu?
No.
Wow. Fuck it.
Well, there you go. So yeah, I just find it very interesting that yeah, some of the images are, oh, look at this one. This one's above or below my center line, but nothing else gets taken into consideration, even though it's clear to see in the image. And then there's other times where they do add things into it when you can't see it in the image. It's like, that is super weird. But anyways,
Yeah, I mean, if you can see an obvious inferior mirage taking place, you should probably just scrap that footage and say, okay, on this day there was a mirage, so I couldn't get an accurate reading in any way, shape, or form.
or don't
You
scrap it,
shouldn't.
keep it, so you can
I
show me
mean,
that,
keep.
hey, this is what I got, and I'm not taking that reading because it's going to be bollocks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like they don't know what an inferior mirage is. It's when, just according to the mainstream experts, right? It's when light bends upward. And when light bends upward, it tricks our brain into thinking things are sinking. And then he thinks because it's lower, therefore Earth globe. It's the dumbest logic when we have a textbook definition, inferior mirage, which is the opposite of what they would need for this to work on a globe. These guys are bricked. And this is like the most common thing that we see when we look out over water is inferior mirages and sinking. I think that everybody has seen this, right? Everybody's seen inferior mirages. But who the fuck has ever seen a superior mirage? I've never seen one. I don't know anyone that's seen one. Because it's super rare. I think it happens, but it's super rare. We need to keep an eye on the YouTube comments section. People asking questions and stuff in there.
Ah, right.
I'll check it.
I know they have meltdowns in there too.
Oh yeah.
What do we got? Unsalted. I guess that's Adam unsalted.
It is, yeah.
First. Yeah, so that's what I was oh, we got a visitor. Rosie, welcome. Don't you pretend that your microphone doesn't work. We seen that flash just then. So, Rosie, are you a flat earther and you just don't know it yet? Well, actually, maybe you do know it. That'd be pretty awesome. No, you do know it, or yes, you don't. No, I am not a glober. That is excellent. I don't know why people think they live on a globe. It's like 2026. That's just crazy shit. Anyways, you can click your microphone and talk to me. And now we've got a John Boyne and Jared. One day you're going to start an event. It's just going to go ding, 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 ding. There'll be like 20 people are going to drop in. I am at work. Okay. That's fair enough. Yeah, I was doing some calculations the other day about camera lenses and stuff like that. Because I've got a crop sensor, I get the magic 1.6 extra added on top. So when I get my 800, I'll have a 2x teleconverter in it, and that'll be a 1.6 on top, and that'll take me out to 2560mm effective
Oh
zoom.
wow, awesome!
I
Should be able to get
can't
some.
wait.
And what's the maximum? What's the maximum megapixel that you can
I'm at
take pictures
24.
with? Oh,
That's
nice.
not that 2560. That's optical only.
Right, exactly. So you could take a
Not
24 megapixel picture in 20,
Mhm.
2500 whatever zoom, and then you
and then
can
blow it up on top of that. Yep.
so you should be able to get some really nice, clean, long distance stuff.
Yep. So yeah, I was
If
working
the
that out the other day, and I was talking to Yoda, and he said something about allow for the 1.6, and I was scrolling down talking about other stuff. I was like, hang on a minute, scroll back up. What's this 1.6? Oh shit, that's right, we're cropped. Forgot about that. So everything just jumped up a notch. But no, that's a I'm looking forward to seeing that in action now. All my IR photos when I went up to Kaluma Lookout, I can see hills that are 42 or 48 k's away, and they are going to be my next target. So when I get that big lens, I'll try to hit those again, just to see how far we can push this thing. So it'll have a an f-stop of 11, but I've got no problem with that because I normally aim either between 5 and 11. I'm normally aiming for, so should be good. We'll see how
hell
we
yeah,
go.
man, awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
keen
just
for it.
just booked our tickets to Cambodia last night, so I'm pretty excited.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got a 100 kilometer lake pretty close to where we're moving to, so
Yep.
should be an interesting place to do some tests. I want to get a laser.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If I grab an infrared laser, so say it's up around what 750 nano, that would be pretty cool. I could give that to Shaggy and just go, look, bro, just point the thing east, and because it's IR, no one's going to see it. It's not like it's going to be this great big green band go rip across the sky like when lasers first come out years ago. And if I happen to be out and about with my IR camera at the right time, it should light up like a Christmas tree for me, and I should be able to film it. So I was thinking that the other day. That'd be a pretty awesome plan. Who else
Yeah,
we
I
got?
think it would be good to do a whole series of tests with a laser. Not necessarily for any other reason than to show that lasers, how often do lasers bend downward? Because this is the best way to test, does light bend downward? Like that's the glober's only rebuttal to all of our long distance observations is that light's bending downward. And if lasers consistently aren't bending downward, like Dr. John D says, he's never seen one bend downward. We can't find those downward bending lasers. And if I go out and do a shitload of tests with lasers showing that they don't bend down, maybe they do occasionally, but if they don't bend down very often at all, then they can't use that. They can't use that as an excuse, and that therefore that completely destroys their only rebuttal to the long distance observations. I want to do a lot of side view. If I can set up some
Yes.
because I don't have a good zoom camera, but I got a Nikon D5300, which is I think the sensor's something like 20 times bigger or something than the P1000. So it'll be perfect for doing if I can just get a rectilinear lens, then I can do side views of like long exposure side views of the laser transit, and that's the perfect way to try to detect this downward bending laser.
Hmm.
Hey, Fredo.
Frato.
Hi.
Welcome. It's a Frato.
Hi.
What's up, Fredo?
I'm doing well.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Are you British?
No. Matrix is British. I mean, Emperor Palpatine. He's from Britain. You should be able to tell by his accent. Matrix is his normal
nice
name.
one, bruv.
Yep, see? He's from Bristol.
Good day, Mike. Good day, Mike. Good day, Mike.
You having a laugh or what?
From bloody Bristol, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Tell you one thing, if Jedi comes in here, I'm in the world of
I'm looking for someone to practice the IELTS speaking part with me, but it's too hard to find the fit people. Oh my god. A lot of people from the third world, like just gave me a made up target score so that they could have some opportunities to begin English with other people. And they're actually not preparing for IELTS test. Oh my god. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Yep, we've established that bit. Are you a flat earther?
No,
Why not?
no, because I more prefer to believe the Earth is global because there's like it's acknowledged by most people living on the Earth, and
So you're a lemming because someone else said something, you just blindly accept it and you're going to follow them.
no, I'm not just accepted. I'm just saying. I was just saying that I more prefer to more prefer to temporarily believe in this theory because most people acknowledge that is global.
Most people's knowledge is global. Most people belief is global.
Mm.
So it's
Yep.
just a belief, like it's like religion. It's just a belief for you.
No, it's not a belief. It's just because I did not determine if that is global, and I did not
So
see it
you
in front of
didn't
me, and
determine.
yep.
So you didn't determine if it was a globe. That's okay. So
Hmm.
question: why do you think it's a globe if you didn't determine it was a globe?
Because it's believed by most people, and a lot of people have do some experiment or they have some shot a picture about the Earth. So I prefer to believe in the theory.
Right. That's out
Yeah,
there.
and
So
I'm not that. Mhm.
you've got no proof.
Not
You just
no proof. Just I
happily
temporarily
accept
did
it.
not. It is just like temporarily. I haven't proved it. Like some theories about some calculations or
So you haven't proven it, but you're still happy to accept it. Yep, you're a believer.
mm,
Acceptance without evidence. It's pretty simple definition there.
not just sample. I think there's some phenomenon like may prove it is global. Like like the horizon was round and mm, the size of the ship like sailing on the sea changing when the distance changing and
That's perspective. Things get smaller as they get further away. That's not a problem. That's easy.
oh no the coverage of the ship like it's like disappear from the base first from the base and then um like disappear the middle and then it's disappear the whole thing as the distance increasing.
Ah. So I'll
Yep.
post a video in the side chat for you. It's loading now, loading. And when that pops up, can you watch the first 20 seconds for me? It
For
goes
20
for
seconds. Okay.
it's still loading.
Okay.
And it should nearly be up. It goes for I think it's 11 minutes, but you only have to watch first 20 seconds.
Mm.
So at the start, no ship. Then they zoom in, ship comes back. At the start, if ship was already over the curve, how do we zoom in on it?
what is how um
So
it
see at the start.
has covered.
See right at the start there was no ship, empty horizon. That's what the video is called. No ship at all. And then they zoomed in. So if your ship at the start was already over the horizon and behind the curve, you can't zoom in on it because he's behind something. Like if you go and stand behind a hill, I can't zoom in on you and make you come back. So how did they do it there? Maybe there is no
No,
curve.
I mean, maybe they can like be covered by some mountains or hills, but over the ocean it cannot be covered by anything.
Hey,
Well, it's the
can you?
curvature's
Do you
still
have?
supposed to be there. Oh, sorry, man.
I just want to see if this guy. Do you have Google? Do you have Google? Can you Google something for me?
Google what?
Naruto? Google, right? Say
Yep.
what is sinking refraction? Question mark. Just
Thinking.
type that in. Sinking with an S. Sinking.
I know
What is?
I know that I know what it that it's like the reflection of the light
No,
changing
it's not.
because
It's
the
it's
difference of texture.
it's refraction. Yeah. So read out what is sinking refraction, and just read out the first. Just read out what it says as the result.
Thinking refraction.
Sinking. What is sinking refraction?
Thinking refraction. Hold on. Let me look. Oh my god, my web connection's not that good. Well, okay. Thinking refraction is an atmosphere optical phenomenon where light rays behind less than they normally do. Did you hear that?
I can hear you stopped reading the.
Hear that?
I can hear you.
As a result, distant distant objects that yearly appear above the horizon look lowered, compressed, or can completely disappear from sites below the horizon.
Yep.
Maybe.
Well, not maybe. This is something that is a well-known phenomena that happens in reality, and it's something that we can recreate on a flat surface on a smaller scale, right? Like we can get a flat floor and we can make a boat look like it disappears from the bottom over a flat surface just by adjusting the temperature, the pressure, and the humidity. So this is something that is very common over bodies of water. But it doesn't happen all the time, right? Every time a boat goes out, it doesn't do that, right? Most of the time when a boat goes out, it doesn't do that. It doesn't disappear bottom up. It just disappears evenly until it gets too small, right? Like the whole thing gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. And then you can zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. And then sometimes you can have sinking refraction, and then sometimes you can have waves as well. And then it's also perspective to take into account. And then sometimes you can have other effects called shoaling, where the water is higher, closer to the shore, and it makes it look like the bottom of the boat's missing. There's all sorts of ways to easily explain how this could happen on a flat Earth. In fact, it is exactly what we'd expect on a flat Earth in the right conditions.
Thinking refraction. Let me find more information about this phenomenon. There may and similar refraction phenomena to know. Then I want to say, how do you know this phenomenon is happening? Like, you have to determine, like, um mm, is there like you have to determine if this phenomenon is happening. Otherwise, it cannot be caused. Like, the disappear particle of the ship is because of this reason.
Yeah. So it's got nothing to do with Earth curvature. In fact, we can see ships that are 20 kilometers out into the ocean that should be completely hidden behind the curvature, but they're not.
No, I mean, maybe some disappearance of the particle the ship is not because of this phenomenon, and you have to detect, like, if the disappearance of the ship is because of this phenomenon. Otherwise, you cannot just say, because of seeking refraction, the ship disappeared.
Okay, well, you can't say that because of Earth curvature the ship disappeared because you don't have any evidence of Earth curvature. But we can recreate sinking refraction on a small scale. We can test it, right? You don't have any evidence that there's any Earth curvature. And it doesn't happen all the time when we see a ship going out. In fact, it doesn't happen very often at all. It's a myth that it happens all the time.
Yeah.
So if it was actually physically getting blocked behind Earth curvature, then it would happen 100% of the time.
Is there any, like, special situations?
Well, there's no Earth curvature. You don't have any evidence of any Earth curvature in the first place. So is there any situations where you validated Earth curvature exists because all we observe is flat water when we go out to the ocean? We don't see curvature, and there's no evidence of curvature. So if someone wanted to suggest that maybe there's curvature, even though there's none, we don't see it, then maybe you need to validate that. We're testing for the curvature when we go out and do tests, we're testing for the curvature and we don't find any. Doesn't exist. 100% of the time there's no curvature.
How did you do the experiment?
We do long distance observations, we do laser tests, we do radio wave propagation tests, we do microwave signal propagation tests, we use infrared cameras from airplanes, from mountaintops, from sea level, lakes, oceans, frozen lakes. We've got hundreds and hundreds of tests that have been done, and zero of them detect any curvature.
How about to lay out one of these muscles, like to have more process informations,
What's that?
like
Say it again.
to lay out one of these muscles to have some more presses. Is that a word called presses, or
No.
how do you pronounce it?
Pronounce what?
Presses.
I don't know what. Rhesus? No, I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry.
Precise.
Precise. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we have
Precise.
very precise. We have very precise tests.
Yeah, I need more precise informations of one of these methodology. No, methods.
Right. So I'll show you an example.
Okay.
All right. So look at the side chat. Well, you know what? I'll just give you the original video.
Okay.
Actually, I broke down one of these long distance observations in my own video, so it's probably best if you watch that because I explain it all. I could even share my screen and play it rather than me have. I can't be bothered explaining it. I explain it so often, so I may as well just play it in my video. 1 second. All right, just give me a minute. I'll just set up my share screen and then I'll play it.
Okay.
All right, can you see my screen?
No, oh, yeah. Letters and a book. Episode 1.
Yeah.
The maze conception.
Yeah.
That is not playing.
Yeah, I don't know why. All I did was change the resolution to 720 and it stopped working for some reason.
By the way, who that people in a profile picture? What? Profile picture. I still cannot see it.
Probably having technical difficulties. Sometimes videos don't like playing. Do the old restart.
Oh. Where do you live in England? In the UK?
Me. I was
Why?
one of the ones that was kicked out and sent to Australia.
No, you're not from Australia.
I'm not.
No. You're not from Australia.
What makes you say that?
You sound more like you're from Liverpool.
Really?
Oh, I told you he's from Britain.
Britain.
There you go.
Britain. But you're not from London. You're not sound like that. Okay.
So can you see my stream now?
Yep.
All right.
But it's
All right.
paused.
I'll play it now.
It's paused again.
Really? It's not working again? Ah, screw it, man.
It's
Look,
quite
just go
delayed.
and watch.
It's
Just
quite
watch
delayed.
it. Just start it at look 3 minutes 50.
Okay.
Yeah, go to 3
But
minutes
it's
50.
it has stopped. The live stream closed.
Yeah, just go to the video. I'll put it in the side chat.
Okay.
Unless you can stream it. My internet sucks at the moment.
Probably easier to put it in the side chat so others can just watch it in their own time.
Yeah, just trying to present the Dr. John D observation. 3 minutes 50, dude. Right, that'll go over the observation, and then you can come back and ask questions about it.
I wanna ask. Do you know how to mock the London accent? Imperial Carpeting. Emperor.
Yes. What's wrong?
Do you know how to mock
He works for the
London
king.
accent?
The Emperor Copatine works for the King of England. That's why he has that name. He's royalty.
For like for what? What his working content?
What do? I do what I'm asked. I do what's required.
I saw that kind of series. I saw that kind of. Can you open the video? I think it seems some problems in my side. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay. Where do I start to watch?
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
3 minutes 50 seconds. 3 minutes 50 seconds. Mm. Who's Dr. John D?
Dr. John D is a PhD in spectrophotometry. He's a scientist.
He believes that the Earth is global.
No, he used to, and then he went out and tried to prove that it's a globe, and he wasn't able to find the curvature, so he became a flat earther. Not by choice, but because he couldn't find the curvature. Tried to find
But
the
he just
curvature.
marries but he just marries like really, really short distance. He's a lizard. It's not like a really long distance.
Yeah, but that curvature has to be there. 12 miles is a long distance to do an observation. right? That curvature has to be
Mm,
there. Has to be blocking the windmills, right? That ship's 22 kilometers away. It should be hidden by 30 meters of Earth curvature. You need to look into the math. You need to look into the globe, right? That curvature has to be there. Over that distance, there should be over 100 feet of curvature. Like a 10-story building of curvature is missing. It has to be there. I'll be back in a minute.
But the statistics you got it maybe not precise because it's too short, like not in a really long distance, and there's a lot like some errors, maybe this this like disturb the result.
So where would he
Right?
have made the errors?
Because in such a short distance, like the impact of some errors maybe um maybe more influential to the result. Like it is like when you measure like let me have a think. Like you using, let me check the term.
See, the thing you've got to look at too,
Yeah.
mate, is there's very
You
specific drop over distance because the Earth is claimed to be a certain size. 3,959 mile radius. So I've
it's
just put in the
I
side
I
chart
mean it's
the chart to
I
work
mean it's
out.
about um no, I mean it's about a currency like
Goal?
if you're if
No.
you measure
Hey,
if you
bro.
measure
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Can you hear me?
all
Yeah, we can. Unfortunately, the other guy was trying to talk, but that's all right.
Yo, first of all, I say I'm a new learner English. So
Yep.
I'm English is not good. Just I practice purpose join this channel.
Awesome. So just
Okay, where you from?
hold on a little bit, and we'll get to you soon.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, Frato?
oh yeah. Um I mean it's more about the courtesy, like the tour you're using to determine the curvature maybe and not like using cannot avoid the disturbance of the areas, like also
So,
like some
what What
beliefs
errors? You're just saying, hey, there could be errors. Okay, there could be errors, but what? He put the wrong shoes on when he went for a walk. Um,
like the
what?
like
What
this
errors?
like the wave of the water, or um some flies in the
Yep.
air.
What if? Okay, so what if there's no waves? What if it's a beautiful, calm, flat day?
um there's like no absolute flat water in the nature.
Really?
No,
Are you sure?
I'm really sure.
You're really
Unless
sure?
you're like yeah, unless you're in a laboratory stuff.
No. I don't think you sound too
Maybe that.
certain.
Yeah, I'm really certain.
You don't sound it.
Sounds like he needs to go back to pre-K. Matrix
Yeah.
or Emperor.
Well, I'm just going to post up a picture here. That I typed into Google salt flats after rain. And look at that. Perfectly flat, smooth. Exactly what you just told me doesn't exist. Now, just so you know,
What?
the physical properties of water takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface whilst at rest.
It's more like you're looking at it in a long distance, like you're like in a broad vision of the water. Not you're looking at it in a really broad distance. Like you have to observe it. There's like um there's like slightly wave on the surface of the water. It could be because of the wind or because of the
I agree with that.
like the
Except, where's the wind affecting that image that I just put up there, mate?
like it's like you're like the water
At the
blew
moment,
by.
you're making excuses of all the possible things that could happen. You need to demonstrate those things are happening during the test that was performed.
But you never like give out a proof that that to observe the surface is absolute flat. Like you're
Fratto,
just like
you told me
demonstrate.
that it can't be flat. I've already shown you an image of totally flat.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going?
This is Bull.
Yeah, no, it's not. Fratto talking at the moment. Hold on.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, sorry. Continue.
yeah, that's just visually flat. You're not
So,
observing
let
it
me
in
get
a
this straight. If I have a look at something and it looks visually flat, why would I assume that it is anything other than flat when it looks visually flat, as you word it? Like my table, for example. I look at my computer table, that one, and I go, that looks flat. Am I going to assume that it's a ball? No, I'm not. So what would I is curved when it looks flat?
assume that it's flat.
Well, it looks flat.
Mm-hmm.
Why
Looks
would you
flat.
assume? That'd be like if you went outside to your. Oh, it looks red, but I'm going to assume it's purple.
Like the size of the pore and the computer table is not in like in a
So
level.
it's
It
exactly the
like
same thing. Why would you look at something and say, hey, that looks flat, but then on the second hand go, well, it looks flat, I'm going to assume that it's curved? Nobody does that. If something looks flat, you would assume that it is flat. If something looks curved, you would assume that it is curved. You don't assume
Um,
something is what it's not appearing to be. Like you look at your car, it is red. So you assume that it's red. You don't go, hey, look, my car's red, so I'm going to assume that it's blue or something else. That's crazy,
no,
bro.
I mean, uh, in the point of view of the ants, so you're gonna see that
You're not an
the
ant.
computer tape.
And I don't know, you might be on a first name basis with one, but yeah, you're not an ant.
But we're
So
as like small, like relatively small on the Earth. We can like resemble to the ant on the computer table. Like um, if the ant in the point of view as we observing like in a long distance to observe the water surface, it can be visually flat. But if we as ant to look at the surface of the computer table, there's could be a lot of curves, like some
no.
holes on
If
it.
the ant
Some,
looks at it and he goes, "Oh my, it looks flat," why would he think that it's maybe curved because he says it looks flat? That's crazy still,
It's
dude.
because of the experiment of the gravity.
How about Fratto? You just have a sit down for a while, mate. And our new friend here, who's it? Cassis? Casis?
I go by Joe. Yeah,
Okay.
it's because like
Although
they did experiment about gravity, and also there are like travelers travel around the globe, and then they'll predict that if you go around the globe, you'll
So
return,
how
and then
about
that's what they
how about
did.
we just one at a time? What was your first one? Gravity. So gravity is
Okay,
your proof
gravity.
that you live on a spheroid of some shape. If I say it's a sphere, I get all these people jumping
Yes.
up and down and going, but it's a oblate spheroid. So you think it's a sphere because of gravity. So which type of gravity do you appeal to?
The gravity due to that mass increases, um mass collide in the space, and then they create this gravitational field, and then things will fall towards the curve, the gravitational field. And so like if it's the shape of a disk, then then everything is going to simply
No,
collide, and
I
then
didn't ask what your
collapse
crazy
is going to
theories of flat
form a
Earth are.
sphere.
I asked which type of gravity do you appeal to. So in the side chat, I've just posted about
I
80
don't
of them.
think
80.
I don't think there are
So
different types. I
yeah,
don't
they
think
are.
there are different
That's
types
why
of
there's
gravity. It's just like
yes, there is. That's why there's 80 different theories of it. If they're all one thing, there'd be just one.
no, it's really
Yeah.
explanation at different levels. So it's really more about how we explain the uh mental model of how the world works. Like if you just want a simple
No, they're theories.
experiment,
They are actual theories. It's written at the top of there.
yeah,
You can search this up yourself. They are theories of gravity.
yes, it's really
So that's
because
why I
people are
asked
trying
you.
to
The
explain
reason
gravity
I've
from
got a
different
yep. The
perspective.
reason
It's
I've
the
Kaz's
same phenomena.
oi, telling us about the same story, repeating it is not going to help it. I need to understand which one you are appealing to in order to have a conversation about it. Because if you're talking about one type of gravity and I'm talking about another one, the conversation's going to get nowhere because no one's going to know what we're talking about. So which one are you appealing to?
gravity as a phenomena there is only one. However, our current different models, different explanations
Which
are
one is
our
it?
efforts to explain.
No, I don't need you to
There are
read the
different
script out
levels.
again.
People are still.
No, you're reading the script out again. Please
No,
stop
I'm
reading
not.
the script. You've said the same thing twice now. That's a script. That is scripted.
Because you
I
don't
need
get
to
what
understand
instrumentalism is.
which gravity are you speaking of when you say, I believe we live on a ball because of gravity? Which one?
It's just
I'll
different
make it easy.
explanations.
Newton, hey, Newton or Einstein? What do you prefer?
They are complementary to each other.
No, they're not.
You use Newtons in one. So yeah.
Am I lagging? I
Probably.
don't know. Why did you stop arguing?
I don't know. That person just stopped for some reason. For some reason, they seem to think that there's this the word gravity just encompasses everything when it doesn't. If there was only one type of gravity, there wouldn't be 80 plus different theories for it. Our friend here doesn't seem to understand that.
No, it's because you
What
don't
is
understand what is
rainbow?
phenomena and what is mental model explaining that phenomena.
Why do I need a mental model to explain a phenomena when you're telling me something that's not a mental model, something that is a physical thing that creates spheres due to this causational mechanism? So, which gravity are you appealing to so we can continue the conversation?
I think there's no point. You can ask other people your questions. Thank
You're
you.
the one that made the claim, not other people.
No, I don't think you understand what is phenomena and what is our mental model for explaining
That's
this
twice you've said
phenomena.
that. You're back to your script again. Please don't be scripted. You can do better. Which gravity are you appealing to in order to get magical spheres out of gravity happening? So gravity happens, spheres are caused. Which gravity are you talking about? There's 80 plus. I've posted them in the side chat. Please pick one.
I don't think you understand what instrumentalism is. You need to study philosophy of science and
Oh,
phenomenology.
so I've got to. So
that would be great.
this is a question of philosophy now, not a question of empiricism. Oh dear, it looks like you're in the wrong room.
Yes, indeed.
So your belief system of a sphere is pure philosophical. You have absolutely no reason to actually think that you live on a sphere other than, hey, I'm just a lemming like everyone else.
I think we don't have a constructive discussion anymore, so you can ask other people questions. That would be really great. Thank you.
它这个图片是什么呀？
Ah, I've fueled up for the day. Does anyone else want to go? Ah, yes. Does anyone else think that they live on a ball? No takers? Lol 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 just ran away. Couldn't imagine why. Oh, where's no one? No one. What's the problem? What a pointless and time-wasting debate. What difference does it make if it's flat, square, or round? It doesn't change anything. Really. Okay, so you'll still go to work tomorrow? You'll still eat your wheat bix for breakfast. But it's the questions of how it started, where it came from. They might enter your head once you understand that it's flat, stationary. Your Big Bang theory, yet again, more theories. You might put aside and go, hang on a minute. How did they test that? How did they verify that? What's around you mightn't be the things that change. It's you that changes. And welcome to our new person. What do you want? So tell me what you think will change. You will. You are allowed to pick up your mic, dude. And welcome to our new people. Who do we get? Is it Lily? And Mr. or MR?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Expectations.
No, I just joined recently for this Discord. I just want to know more about native English and nothing else.
Oh, cool, cool. Are you a flat earther?
I just joined. I don't know about this app. Like this, the question is: Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's why I asked if you're a flat earther. Being that this is Flat Earth Channel, maybe you're joining them.
Bro. Oh, sorry for that. But for just answer your question, uh, uh, bro, we live in 2026. Like flat Earth, I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. It's 2026, man. How come you're How come you believe in the globe?
Like
What's the go with that?
who believes Earth is flat? Like
No
I
one.
don't know.
They know it's flat
Who's
because
believe?
it's measured that way.
Yeah, you
Not
believe
not
it's
a
flat?
belief. It's not a belief. It is measured as flat.
Hello, guys. What's up?
This other guy was talking. Hold
Hey,
on,
yo,
bro.
what's up, bro?
And there's two. Hold on, man. Oh no, he ran away. Oh, well, the next one. Uzu, you're up.
What? I'm
Oh no, miss.
up to what, guys?
What's going on, man?
Like, what are we talking about? What's the topic?
What's the topic? Are you a
Yes.
flat earther or are you a ball believer?
Sorry, man, don't understand English that much, but that are you talking about the theory?
You think it's a theory? You wait till you go and measure it. That's going to be awesome for you. You'll question anything. Anytime someone says something's a theory, you're going to shake your head, boy. So, if you want to call it a theory, you're more than welcome to do so. So, why do you
Okay.
think you live on a globe?
I don't know.
You just do. You don't know why.
No, just date with it, Don't know why. Any
You got
problem with
taught
that?
You got taught globe at school.
Yeah. Any problem with
Same.
that? Because we are all have like, don't have to be argue with that all the time. Just be chill.
So you learned the same thing as the rest of us at school. Interesting. And you're just happy to keep believing that?
If you have a different opinion on that, why don't you share it to us?
A different opinion on your beliefs. Unfortunately, my young friend, I can't read minds. Not yet.
Not yet. So you're going to, like in future Neuralink, you're going to set something up
Oh,
on your
shit,
brain?
no. I'm getting good at reading people, though. I don't know about their minds.
You can play multiple video games, with that.
Nah, one at a time, bro.
Like, some people are saying like you can play chess with that too and win so easily.
Probably.
Think about
I
that. If
suck
you
at
do
playing
that,
chess,
you
so...
you would be like the most smartest person in the whole world.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I suck at playing chess, so I don't think that's going to happen. Huh. So no one's mic opened up. I saw that happen. Oh, that's probably why he doesn't know his name, because it is something else. Safe, fellas. Lemma. Yeah. And welcome to that person that just dropped in, right down the bottom. And I'm sitting too far away from my screen to read it. Was it Jaruf? Jaruf? I'll probably mess that up. Please tell me how to say your name correctly, bro. Oh, it's Farouk. Fair enough. Well, we got another cat person. Welcome, Meow Meow. Cats might be crap, but at least they don't tell where the drugs are. No, no one bit. That'd be a first. Alright, so no ball believers. Everyone in here is a flat earther. I find that hard to believe. Harvey, he's got his headphones on. Lily, don't know. Meow Meow, don't know. Matuka, no one. All these people, and they're all flat earthers. That is most excellent. Why do you... Oh, Meow Meow talking. Morning, kitten. All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'm new here. I just trying to find the way that how to use this one.
Ah, fair enough. So why did you join this channel?
Yeah, I'm trying to learn English. Yeah, that's
You're
actually
trying
like,
to learn English.
yeah, this, yeah, like the other process. Is that right?
That's pretty good.
Uh,
So, the channel you've dropped into, like the whole server, is called the English Hub, and there's different channels. This channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
mm-hmm.
Yup.
Howdy. So, this channel, we talk about Earth. Some people say it is a sphere. Some people say it is flat. Some people say they don't know. What do you think?
Oh, you mean I don't know.
You don't know? Why not?
I don't know what to say because I'm not good in English. Yeah, are you from England?
No, I'm not.
Because your accents are, yeah, it's like something like UK or something like that.
Not like Australia?
No, Australia.
Sounds
Sure.
like UK to me.
Yeah.
Bro.
Really? Are you from Australia?
Yes, I'm from Australia.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, there's a lot of people here. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a few here today.
Yeah, I'm from Thailand.
I've never been
Awesome
to Thailand.
country. Awesome country. I've been there. It's one of the best countries.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, when you go to like in the south of Thailand, like you go to the sea, Phuket. Yes, that's great. And you go into the north, you go to Chiang Mai. Yeah, it's a
Right.
capital of culture, has cultural city. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yo, Emperor.
Yes'm.
Yeah,
I
my
gotta tell us,
English.
mate, is Earth flat or sphere?
Is it flat or sphere? It is measurably flat.
How come? How come, mate? How come? Explain.
How come it's measurably flat? I don't know why it's measurably flat, but it is.
If you walk on the surface of a sphere, do you think it will be flat?
If I walk on the surface of a sphere, it depends on the radius of said sphere.
Say 24,000 miles.
No, it wouldn't be
Would appear
flat.
flat.
would appear flat, but it wouldn't technically be flat, right? You would be walking on a sphere, which is actually not flat.
And the
On God,
difference
man.
being is a sphere of that diameter, radius, or circumference, whatever you spat out there, would be measurably curved.
So how are we talking measurably then? Like, what experiment would prove whether it's flat or curved?
Well, observations, you'll be able to calculate drop over distance, and then you'll be able to go and test for things at that distance to see if you could see them or not, or if you could see things beyond that distance. Perhaps you could put a tangent to a curve, like something along the lines of a laser. You could shoot that and then measure the deviation at one end, in the middle, and at the other end. That would be an acceptable experiment.
Or what about like slight differences in height on the sphere? So it's not perfectly flat. As you know, you've got mountains, you've got hills, you've got valleys.
Water
So
is.
slight differences could then completely screw up the laser experiment.
Water is.
Good point, yeah.
We could do it over a large lake, 10, 20, 30 miles across. I don't have a problem with that.
So what do you think about how like radio signals work? So we shoot radio and microwave signals at a tangent into the atmosphere and they bounce back off and they land somewhere else on a different part of the earth. How would that work if
That bouncing back off, I'd like to see you validate that or verify it for us.
okay, this is how radio signals work, radio communication.
So you're told that and you just accept it.
I mean, it's how satellites are working, yeah.
So now it's satellites.
Yes, that's
Because
how it
what
works.
I find interesting is what's his name? The fellow that shot the radio signal from the UK to Sydney. Is it Marconi?
Oh, God
It
knows
was.
that.
Now that was done on frequencies that would not have bounced off of whatever you're bouncing them off of. And that was like 10,000 miles. That's some crazy numbers there. So what, the curve
I'm just gonna
turned
look
off
it
for the
up.
day, or what happened there? Or did you have a tower that was like, I don't know, 4,000 miles tall to reach around the curve?
What's his name? Mark
Marconi.
Marconi. I can't find that particular experiment. Then it's possible they could have sent it directly to an orbiting satellite.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a
I mean,
look.
if not, how else would they have done it?
How else would they have
It was
done
done
it?
in
Let's have a look.
1913 or 1916 or something like that.
Oh shit, okay, fair enough.
That's why.
So is the frequency they did it at like confirmed? Or is it what they think was that frequency but could have been a little bit off?
Yeah, I'll post. I haven't deeply looked into this particular test, but I do have some information on it, which I can put in the side chat.
Yeah. You have any sources for
Yeah, let me see what I can find.
Wikipedia's got a pretty solid write-up about him.
that? Yeah, I couldn't find it when I searched his name, probably spelled it wrong.
Marconi, Marconi.
Marconi. Oh yeah.
So 1901, one of his pickups was 2,200 miles, receiving Morse code.
So he transmitted on 22nd of September 1918 from Wales to Sydney.
There you go.
That was. So what? Trying to find out more.
Yeah, I'd recommend clicking the links that Yaga Bruno just put in the side chat. There's probably a good argument and information and links and everything in that link.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it.
Those links didn't work for me. No one is talking because he's reading information at the moment. So how'd you go with your radio stuff, young fella?
Yeah, it seems that he used the frequency with 20 kilohertz, which is kind of like guidable by the ionosphere, as far as I can see. I mean, I'm not an expert in radio communication. I just I did that at college for a year, but apart from that.
If you look in the side chat, someone even posted up a little image there of how you're going to have to do it. You'd have to bounce multiple times if you're going to claim it's bouncing. So yeah.
Video receiver.
I put a
So the ionosphere is pretty fucking high. As far as we've measured, it. I can't send any images. I've send the image link, but the ionosphere is high enough for one bounce to be completely possible, considering the wavelength of
So
a 20
what
kilohertz
you've got to
wave is
consider,
what, 20,000 miles.
this is where you've busted up. So the distance for it to bounce out and back would be greater than its capabilities anyways.
How come?
Doesn't energy dissipate as it travels further away? You're assuming this energy, this radio wave, is a perfectly straight line like a laser. Isn't there inverse square laws? Further it travels, the weaker it gets.
I would believe so, but not affecting. Does inverse square affect electromagnetic waves?
Affects all energy.
I don't know.
But needless to say, your radio signals, yeah, didn't really prove much. Sorry. Next.
But to be honest, though, if inverse square is going to affect all in such a strong way that you can't transmit to Australia, then we couldn't transmit anything to Australia. We couldn't
They
transmit
are
anything.
transmitting. The problem is you're claiming it's doing something you can't validate or verify.
But then how does it prove that Earth's flat?
Because if there was curvature there, the signal would be cut off very short. As in, we'd be able to calculate the distance from the antenna to the sagittar. Anything behind that would be shadowed. And as you get further and further from said sagittar, that shadow would increase.
The shadow?
Yeah, black zone, shadow. You know, the Earth's curvature would be blocking the radio signal. Dead zone, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how you word it.
I mean, the radio signal would have been shot upwards, not directly flat.
No, shot horizontal.
Was it? If it was shot completely horizontally, it probably should not have reached there. It would have been shot up at an angle, probably like 45 degrees or something, just up into the sky sort of direction.
You've got to remember, see, you're assuming that it's bouncing off the sky.
That's
At
what's
the
currently
time when this
understood,
was
yeah.
done, they knew nothing of this shit. They were
True
just
that.
sending out radio signals.
It's probably in every direction then.
Probably, yes.
So the ones that went into the sky would have reached Australia.
After bouncing off the sky, off the ground, off the sky, off the ground. Somewhere between 6 and 9
No,
times.
the wavelength's too long for that, mate. It would have reached only the ionosphere and then it would have come straight back down again. It's 20,000 kilohertz. It's 20 kilohertz, which is 20,000 meters. That's a really long wave.
And the distance to the ionosphere is?
Google, help me on this.
See, what you're saying is, in order to bounce it off the ionosphere, they would have had to know the exact angles to do this. So you're telling me when this guy chucked up his antenna, which is omnidirectional, he set out a signal and it just so happened to hit the ionosphere at the perfect angle to then come down, reflect off of the ground, bounce back up, reflect off of the ionosphere again, and then repeat 7 more times and hit what they're after in Australia.
The ionosphere starts
Because
at
that's
60
what
kilometers.
you need to happen.
60 kilometers would be 3 seconds at that wavelength. So it would have reflected
60
pretty much
kilometers.
perfectly.
Remember, they didn't know about this ionosphere stuff back then.
Doesn't matter, mate, if they shot it out in all directions, just trying to send a signal. They would have,
So
some of them
you're
would have gone up to there.
claiming it's most definitely bouncing off the ionosphere, even though they didn't know about it.
Yes, as far as current
So
scientific
how are
knowledge
you
is
going to verify this? How are you going to back up your claim?
Unless you can prove that they shot it in
No.
only
You're the
horizontally.
one making the claim that it's most definitely bouncing off the ionosphere. Let's back that claim up. How are you going to do this?
So what direction was the waves fired? So where were they released?
Say again? Sorry?
What direction were the waves released in?
This is your story, brother. You're telling me.
They can't prove anything. They can't prove
Oh,
either
well,
way.
we can throw it in the bin then if
independent.
you can't prove anything. Not a
Yes, you
problem.
can put the whole thing in the bin, mate. Because it doesn't prove your point either. Because if you can't, if it's not known
That's
where
good.
they fired the wave, then it's completely irrelevant to any conversation at all. It can't be used to prove flat Earth. It can't be used to prove curved Earth.
I've got no problem with that. Throw it in the bin then. I'm good.
Easy.
We could just do laser tests. They cover the ground quite well.
Has there actually been any wave tests?
You just said you can't use them.
Oh, laser tests, sorry, my bad.
Laser tests? Yeah, there's been freaking heaps of them. Ranging from very short, couple of Ks, up to the government and military, up to I think it's 149 Ks.
Hey, if I could just chime in. The horizon distance from 35 miles up would be about between 500 and 600 miles. So you still have Earth curvature blocking. We have a 10,000 mile transmission claim around the globe. One path would take the radio waves around a region where the ionosphere is not active because the sun is over there. So the sun would effectively scramble everything as it tends to do, that frequency. So it has to go the other way. The other way, it has to bounce about 5, 6 times, 7 times. And this assumes that with each reflective bounce that there's not going to be additional issues like scattering and polarization and stuff that gets in the way. It's supposedly reflecting off of variable surface geometry, including a very unpredictable and haphazard ionosphere, which may or may not actually be active in the way that they need it at that particular time, because today they study this thing and people try to make predictions based off of whether or not they can do long distance radio propagation based off of the space weather. Just some evenings it's not conducive. So they got really freaking lucky, huh? Meanwhile, at the time, they were modeling radio propagation using what's called half-plane geometry. They still do it today even, where they treat the Earth as flat and the sky as a reflective flat surface like two mirrors. So for them to hit the target from Wales to Australia, I mean, it fit their model. And guess what? They were modeling flat Earth geometry.
But then we've already come to that conclusion that this experiment can't really be used to prove either side. Because it's unknown what direction they sent the waves in, so it's just redundant. So I'm moving on to lasers.
Right. I think shorter distance tests are much more effective. Like laser tests, for example. Yeah, it's a good one to move on to. You know, let's say we set up a laser beam just above the surface of the water. Let's say 1.5 meters height. And we have a 40 kilometer lake. And on the other side of the lake, 40 kilometers away, there's another target that's the same height, 1.5 meters height. We shoot the laser across the lake and it hits the target. Now, if the Earth's a globe, then over that distance, there should be about 443 foot of curvature. I think that's the right amount. I forget exactly, but I think that's right. 443 foot. That means that the laser shouldn't hit the target. Right, but that test was done by a team of engineers using a $30,000 laser. And they actually did 6 other tests as well. Different days, different weather conditions, different distances, different vantage points. And they were able to get direct hits, the centroid of the laser beam hitting the sensor on the target camera. And this is all documented very well. And, you know, that's just one out of a countless amounts of laser tests that have been done. And none of the laser tests match the, you know, what would be predicted if the Earth was a globe, right? Not by orders of magnitude. So laser tests are good. And there's the test I was just talking about in the side chat.
Oh,
He's
our
gone.
friend left. don't like when Yoda spoke about radio stuff. He was quite happy to leave it in the bin when you spoke, mate.
And I'm not an expert. I just know a little bit more than some of these people.
Thank you. Good form.
Yo, it's good. He said, "What's good?" and then he quit.
Such a random server for that. Happens so often.
So there's a famous paper from 2008. The timing is suspect when it came out. A very well-respected optics expert wrote basically for this thesis, at what height should curvature of the Earth be discernible? I've got the paper somewhere, forgot the guy's name. And in it, he makes the case for why at 35,000 feet, the conditions are necessary, but not actually sufficient for you to discern curvature of the Earth. And he goes into all of his reasons why. And I believe this paper, because of its impact, because I don't think there was anything like it up to that point, is why AI and why Google search and everything says, oh yeah, 35,000 feet is exactly, they're referencing that freaking paper. And so I looked into it and I got some questions about the paper. One of the things that he did not address was, well, so he started talking about a visual acuity in the eye and your field of view, and he accepted something like a 40 to 60 degree field of view range or something, which captures your periphery. This isn't the part of your eye that's extremely focused. The sharpest point of your visual acuity is about a 2-degree light cone hitting the fovea. 2 degrees. That's it. That's what's in focus. Everything outside of that is blurred out. And what happens is your brain takes in the focus, the foveal, high acuity cone, and then it uses the periphery and your brain to construct an image in your mind. And you also have the scanning effect left and right. So very much the lemon illusion applies. The brain is expecting to see curvature. You can't see it with a 2-degree focal view of acuity directly. The periphery outside of that's too blurry to discern the slight sagittal edge of the globe curve. And by scanning left and right, your brain is having to reconstruct what it's already expecting to see. And I would argue that this could happen at any height. And I still think what's necessary, the necessary geometry to see curvature still applies to what we've been talking about when we apply the spherical cap formula to the horizon distance and matching it to the total as a percentage of total surface area of the globe. Also, I don't think the paper addressed other necessary visual cues that are needed to construct an honest image of what you're seeing. So you're going to need a lot of like straight lines, a lot of straight horizontal lines, reference points that you understand already. And the higher up you go, your reference points start to flatten out. You kind of lose that keen depth perception. And at certain distances, hyperbolic vision starts to come into play because objects don't really scale linearly with distance. It's not a perfect relationship. I mean, you notice this whenever you look up, right? And you see like a jet contrail from an airplane, it looks like it's smashing down into the horizon. But it's really going away. Of course, Globers are like, no, you're seeing the airplane. It looks like it's flying down because it's going down around the curve. Do you realize how far away that plane would have to be on a ball? I mean, we're talking thousands of miles away. You're not seeing an airplane thousands of miles away, dude. Maybe what, like 10 miles, 20 miles.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. I also did an interesting math test last night. I did a derivation to figure out what the scaling factor would be. Kind of like how we have 8 inches per mile squared, the parabola. Well, what would be the scaling factor to determine how flat a square piece of a globe Earth is with reference to the same size square piece that's flat? So, for example, if you were to compare a swath of the globe that's 1 mile square to a perfectly flat glass surface that's 1 mile square, what is the flatness ratio? How flat is the globe square? And the globe square is going to be about 99.9999997% flat. Now, as you extend the size of the square out to something like 69 miles, it's going to be 90, let's see, hold on a second. Yep. As you extend the square out to 69 miles square, that's 60 nautical miles. That's one arc, 1 degree of arc. That's also, slightly bigger than a statute mile. But a 60 nautical miles square of the Earth versus a flat glass surface that's 60 nautical miles, the globe is going to be 99.57% flat. So when considering like navigation and all these high-speed instruments that are taking the airplane's velocity, its angular heading, its elevation, and it has a job to do, and that's put that airplane at every instantaneous moment on a spherical coordinate reference system, regardless of the shape of the Earth. Some allowances are having to be made, and you can't tell me that the instrumentation is precise to 1 part in 220 over like a 69 mile distance. Why? Because you have all kinds of variability and things like airspeed and air pressure and crosswinds and all kinds of factors come into play. Like that degree of accuracy just is not achievable, which means the airplane is absolutely incapable of measuring a globe. Now, the instrumentation will pick up what the airplane is doing using telematics and then convert that into the coordinate reference frame in order to make it interoperable with GPS systems and radar tracking and everything else worldwide. Because why? That's the convention that they have to work with. But the error basically gets baked in at every instantaneous moment. And if you scale it back to every instantaneous moment over a mile by mile polling rate of precision, you're down to about 8 or 9 decimal points of precision that's necessary in order to determine whether or not it's flying over a globe or not. I just don't see that happening. It's just absolutely unrealistic. And it allows for pilots and everybody to think that they're flying around a globe, even though they're actually navigating over a flat Earth. And that's the level of never mind. We try to have a technical discussion and we get some booger picking people coming in and flinging it at us. I got to get ready for work, so I just wanted to say my piece and I'll step back for a bit. Oh, and in case you're interested, the scaling factor is like 1 over 15,800. So what you do is you take the number of miles that you're comparing it to a globe. So let's say that you're using a 250 mile swath. Let's say that this is, and why did I pick 250 miles squared? Because that's what surveyors say that you need as your absolute minimum threshold in order to switch from plane surveying to geodetic surveying to take the curvature of the Earth into effect. So basically, how flat is a 250 square mile piece of the globe? Well, you plug in 250, divide it by 15,800 and change, and what do you get?
Where's the 15,800 come from?
This comes from taking the radius of the Earth and multiplying it by 4. And there's a geometric principle that you do this whenever you're going to compare. In this very instance we're doing right now, a flat surface compared to a curving surface, and you want to measure the degree of flatness, and you can actually express that as a percentage.
That's 0.01%.
There you go.
250 divided by 15,800. 0.015.
Yep. So take 1 minus that number, and that's how flat that 250 mile swath is.
It's pretty flat.
Snyder, bloody stop it. I'm trying not to laugh here.
What's up, you guys?
Oh, expectations as usual.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, tell me
What's
about
up,
it.
Tap?
I mean,
Good to
what's
see you,
going
man.
on, mate? What's going on, bro? What's up,
Going on,
fella?
brother?
Chilling, bro. Chilling.
Chilling, mate?
Yeah, bro. I haven't slept in like
Yeah.
fucking 20 hours, bro. Been up for 20 hours. I mean, I haven't slept all night.
It's not long, mate. It's not long. Stay up for 40 hours at a time myself.
Oh no, true, fair.
Both.
I had a bit to do today though. I was fucking
Yeah.
tired, but I'm home now. I'm chilling.
Haven't seen you around for a bit, man. Have you
Oh
been
yeah, no,
well?
I've been around. I've been okay. I've been at uni. Really, I'm on break now. It's on a break, but yeah, I've been locking in on the uni stuff, music stuff. It's sick.
Awesome.
Yep.
If you ever want to play any songs, we can play them through the bot. Any of your songs, no
Ooh.
pressure.
Okay. Maybe soon. Yeah. Well, I've got some
hell yeah.
tracks on the way. About to be on Spotify. Soon. Got a few in the studio, so we're just gonna hammer those out, get the album ready, and then I'll release it to the world. I'll share it to the world.
Awesome.
Absolutely. I want to do it right though. I don't want to just send it out willy-nilly. I've got advice. I've got like, music industry people that they're my lecturers sort of thing. So they sort of help me with the algorithms and the contracts and whatnot. Super sick.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's gonna be a journey, but can't wait. I turned 20 in a week. Less than a week. 6 days. It's it's all downhill from here. I hear. Flat Earth joke, by the way. Like downhill topography. No, okay.
Well, that's like concave earthers are just flat earthers that have gone too far.
Dude, we obviously live on a donut. Like what? It would be pretty yummy though, living on a donut. I mean, imagine that. Pretty cool.
Dude, it'd be freaking disgusting.
Disgusting. You know what? Yeah, true. There'd be like
Think
ants
about it.
everywhere.
It's not going to be, how long's that shit going to stay fresh? It's going to be some
Yeah,
disgusting,
and then the sun
moldy,
is also hitting on it.
festering. Imagine. Yeah, dude.
I wonder how are the sprinkles gonna be like on the bottom then in Australia? Because you guys are upside down, right?
You gonna take a bite of the donut, bro? If it was a donut, like gonna go for a trip to India and walk down the street in Bombay and just have a bite off the ground?
Maybe not there.
You know when you get the food delivery trucks that come round to work, and you get those real big donuts that have been half dipped in chocolate and sprinkles, and then you take it and you put it in your car, and it slides under your seat, and you forget about it, and then 6 months later you find it. That's what
Dude,
I'm
that
thinking.
happened to me. That happened to me, but with a T-bone steak.
Oh no!
And yeah, bro, my car was just reeking, and I couldn't. It was in this random spot where I couldn't reach. I couldn't see it when I looked under the seat, and I just couldn't work out what the hell was going on inside the car. I was like looking everywhere for it.
How did you miss a T-bone? Like seriously, I'd be looking in the fridge.
Well, I was a
Bro,
butcher,
I don't
dude.
remember
It was
eating
all.
that.
Well, I ran a butcher shop, so I got free unlimited meat. So I mean, I would just every day I would be
right.
taking
That
home eye fillets and T-bones and feeding them to the dog and stuff like that. So yeah, it was wasn't missing
explains
a
everything.
T-bone.
'Cause I
I
was
know
gonna say,
now
like,
it's
T-bones are,
in
like,
Australia.
ultra
It's like
expensive.
$20 for a single T-bone now in Australia, I guess.
Mental.
Yeah, they're right up there. Like if even half of one went missing, I'd be like, right, what's going on here? Who did it?
Yeah, send out a search party.
Oh, my leftovers. No way. Oh, dude, you know what I love? I love salmon. Salmon's the best.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So yummy. How do you guys like your
Yeah,
salmon?
I like it just simple. Like just get some butter and heat up the pan. Maybe add a bit of garlic to the butter, and then just cook it skin side down until it's nice and crispy. Then just give it a quick turn and eat it when it's like medium
I'm more of a
with a bit of
slow
lemon
oven.
on top.
I put that shit in the oven.
Air fryer. Yep.
Air fry salmon, you criminal.
Hey, it's just like the oven. It just does it a bit quicker.
Yeah.
It's like one step.
I cannot turn on my camera.
Yeah, I'll put my salmon in the microwave, thanks.
No, not microwave. That's a fail.
What do you mean? You just said air fryer, cuz.
That's not a microwave.
Right. Okay, it's not a microwave, you're right.
Yeah, what's wrong with the air fryer? Okay, good.
Yeah, but not for salmon.
Bullshit.
What do you mean
They come
bullshit?
out great.
What else would you put in the air fryer? Let's see.
Things that you'd put in the oven when you don't want to light the oven up for however long.
Cookies. Yeah, air fryers are pretty good.
Cookies.
But anyways, after my salmon's been in the air fryer, just salt and pepper. That's good enough, dude.
Yeah, true. No.
How I can't turn my camera?
You can't turn on your camera. Well, that's a shame.
This server you cannot? Yeah.
No. The room is locked so
Also
people can't put their
temporary.
cameras on.
Your shield and everything is somewhere out there. Be a good man, do right.
Most excellent.
Oh shit, sorry.
So you're guys ugly?
So any more life tips you want to give us? Always do up your shoelaces. Be good to your mum. Never look into a man's eyes when he's eating a banana. There's a whole list of them, bro. Like, seriously.
Got him. Got him. Hey, mom's mention.
I want coffee and a flat honey bun.
There's a thing about.
We have the rain, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going to be.
Right.
That doors.
All right. Which one of you is the flat earther? I'm trying to work this out here. Clueless or Atom?
Do you feel anything like under your arm, like a little ball or something?
All of it
Like
looks
it's a ball
I'm in the dream.
or nothing like that. You don't want to have like a little kiste, you know what I'm saying? Like a little.
We have no
Frisbee
idea what you're
ball.
saying. That's the problem, bro.
Блядь.
Eeny, meeny, miny,
Could be
moe,
good
that one.
or like not good, but it not benevolent.
Ёб твою мать, нахуй.
English, bro. English.
Guys, I really respect your language. In the cases where is you have some good products like like a Terminator 2 or something like that. Right now we have some generic shit everywhere. What is it? With not don't know. Have name all this. Hey, okay. Was so impressed with your culture. So in my
Have you been drinking?
in my 58, I started to learn your language with some sort of yeah. I will try. Like I will tell what I see right now. Juice fucked your ass up. They did it.
Okay.
They did like our asses, like Ukrainian asses, Russian asses, European asses, and exercises.
Yeah, none of
Clueless
these have got
Norris.
anything to do with the shape of the ground, bro.
Yeah. I was just about to ask, Clueless Norris, can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Okay, so what does your current conversation have to do with the room topic, the shape of the earth?
don't know. I just goes around the navigate, and I think I'm here. You know, sort of five things before. Hmm. So I don't know. Yeah, if I'm, I have some guys around me in this side. Think I'm not. Think I'm not. Just one. One. One gay. One gay. Who is live in Siberia? Who is sleeping in the in the world? I live in the six in Siberia.
Thank you, Normus. What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Shape of what?
The shape of the Earth.
Shipping on the sheep. How you the sheep? Shipping on a sheep? Yeah.
Thank you, clueless Normus. Could we get some moderation? Any chance?
Блядь.
I'll be it. Thanks.
You know the rules, Sny. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
True. So that's a great song. Do you know that song?
Yeah. No. We're
Oh,
all
it's 5
alcoholics
o'clock.
over here. That's what we say. It's always 5
it's a
o'clock somewhere.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it's a song about drinking. I mean, but it's by who's it? Alan Jackson, I think, maybe. It's 5 o'clock. It's a country song, so maybe not. But yeah, no, it's great song. I used to have like a massive country like phase. I mean, I still respect it. I think it's real cool. But yeah, no, it is
What
5
about
o'clock
Jimmy
somewhere.
Buffett? What about getting on Jimmy Buffett?